Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare. For in the shimmer of that old dear gold lies a tale of love, both brave and bold. Bring back the dowries, let's make
Welcome in, folks.
a token of love that's sincere.
If you're watching after the show, I'd suggest skipping forward about 15 minutes. Just waiting for the folks to come in.
He spoke of tales from times long past.
Man, I love this song. I love this song.
Made love last.
Well, shout out to the folks who are already in the chat. Thanks for being here, folks.
He'd prove his love in the soft moonlight. His dream was simple yet profound.
I got my window open, so hopefully the sound of the AC doesn't bother anybody. And I got a big old plate of seeded watermelon right here. Much better than that seedless variety. That should keep me from dehydrating to the point of passing out. Get your watermelon. We got it right here, man. Marriage causes divorce, man. It's a pleasure to see you. Shout out to you, brother. I'm glad you're here. Coffee enjoyer with his coffee mug. Always makes me want a coffee. You know, it's been a long time since I had a coffee. I might go on a date soon, and there's this restaurant I'll take her to, and they make good coffee over there. So we'll see if that happens next Sunday. Kind of a long way out to set a date, so who knows? She might disappear like a fart in the wind. Sassy Attitude. Real happy to see you. She's got her popcorn out. Big shout out to Sassy Attitude. Sassy's been watching me since I've been streaming on Twitch. We used to play video games together. I still remember that pirate game. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you, Sassy. We got Don DeMarco. My man, I like Orion, but he doesn't give Rolo no props. Well, you know, I like Psych Hacks. I mean, he seems like a sharp guy for the most part, and he's very well put together. Just, that is the guy, you know. Very sharp, very professional. I think he can represent the Manosphere quite well. I'm sure there's probably some stuff he's taken from Rolo that's just been swirling around the space, you know, and maybe he said a few maxims that have been attributed to him and probably didn't give him credit. That's entirely possible. Happens to a lot of folks. Coach Greg Adams, another big one. People always say his stuff. And I was just listening to an episode from somebody today, and you know they wanted to say money, energy, attention, and time so badly, but they said time, attention, focus. I was like, just say meat and give coaches props, you know. Okay. This one's not too loud. Get another song in here. We also got Matricious in here. Maybe we'll play 3 songs. We got Shadows of Sand, of course. Once we hit about 10 minutes, we got 14 people in here. That's enough time. That's enough folks for a party. So after this song, we'll just get the show started. How about that? W Goldpill, thank you, MCD, man. I appreciate you, bro. Mr. Pitt, another Saturday with Shah. And let me just put this down a tad bit. I think my headphones are a little louder than usual. Let's go. Yeah, I'm kind of being a little crazy today. This guy's got 11 million subscribers now, so it's like, I think the Mr. Pitt special needs to come out on this one. So I'm really hoping this is what it takes to save us right here. But yeah, so that's what we're dealing with tonight. I don't want to do the frame by frame or the double tab, which might be kind of a bad idea not to do that. But if I get the warning, man, we're gonna have to switch. I'm sorry. So MCD says only Shah can save the West. Oh man, you're putting too much trust in me, brother. I'll try to do what little part I can. How about that? And maybe it's not really about saving the West. Maybe it's about, you know, reviving it into something. maybe we've gone past the point of no return, like Oswald Spengler suggested. Shah greater than Sycax? Oh, now Sycax, he's a well put together gentleman. Shah greater than Rollo, greater than Orion. Shout out to you, man. Okay, who am I missing here? We got Giovanni English. The chat is always undefeated. We have fun in here, man. You know, and to be honest, man, I'm kind of just planning on taking it easy tonight. I've had 7 days of continuous work this week. I'm working tomorrow. Sunday, I got work. I've been taking on more work lately, you know, which is cool. I'm grateful to have something to do. Oh, we got Raymond Thoughts and Mine in here. Dating like a job. I'm unemployed. Oh no. Well, we'll see what Sycax got to say. Luke Nielsen. I'm here, but passively. No worries, man. Shout out to you. I appreciate you just even having the stream on, man. No worries. Chilling with the buddy on a game. That's what I like to hear, man. Heck yeah, bro. Just have some fun on that game, man. You know, even if you got me, you know, whatever you got to do, man. I'm happy you're in here saying hi. You put me on mute if you got to. Orion Taraban is smooth with the one-liners. He absolutely is, man. He's well put together. His videos are scripted. He's a professional. He's out there out of San Francisco, you know. A Male Space. Shout out to Male Space. He's got big things coming down the pipeline for us. I don't want to put that on blast, but I've heard from Male Space. He's up to some interesting things. Luke Nielsen says, Rello doesn't say anything other OG guys hadn't already said. He grifts hard too, just saying. Hey, that's a good point. A lot of these folks freaking, you know, there were other people around them that, you know, even before they came up, where sometimes they'll say stuff that we don't know about. Giovanni, yo, thank you for the super chat, man. This freaking sound effect right here usually copyrights me, but let's try it out anyways, just for you. Oh yeah, we got the cash, we got the coins falling in the background. Probably the most I can do. Just showing some love, Shah, man. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'll try not to spend it on retro video games or old. Yo, Mr. Pitt, I wanted to show you something. Oh crap! I got a Gundam Wing season. And when I bought this, I was thinking of you because I was like, man, Mr. Pitt once suggested I make some Gundam Wing models on here. I was looking it up, man. I've never watched Gundam Wing other than back in the day when like it came on at night on like, you remember when Cartoon Network became Adult Swim? And like maybe if you were able to be up late, you would just like maybe catch some things. And like I always remember like catching bits and pieces of this, and there'd just be like deep space in the background and I wouldn't know what was going on. So I told myself I'm going to watch this on my beautiful CRT television back here and, you know, try to get the experience. So we'll see how that goes. Thank you again. Congrats on 3K. Raymond, man, shout out to you, man. Every morning I wake up, I'm still watching your videos, man. I'm sorry for not appearing in the streams. I really need to. I got no excuse other than, well, I've been pretty busy with work, but I see when you go live and I'm like, man, I got to get in there. I got to say something, you know. I am shadowbanned. You know what's crazy, man? I've been looking at your channel. Like, I actually did look at your subscribers, and I've seen you. I remember when you crossed 20K, which wasn't that long ago. Well, it was probably a few months now, maybe a couple months. And I've noticed that you're at like 23,000 or something, and I'm like, man, I'm kind of expecting you to have another rise, but I've been watching it for a bit, and I'm like, I'm waiting for this to do its thing. But Hopefully it's not a shadow ban, man. I don't want to believe that. Let me put on this ring that my buddy from Canada gave me. Man, I was thinking about my buddies from Canada today. And one of my buddies from there, Nasuji, sometimes you see him in the chat. He has this funny thing where he's just like, bring it in, guys. Come on, man. Bring it in. Just bring it in, you know? And where it like initiates a group hug. And that's going to be your guys' homework for this week. I want you guys to be the guy that initiates the group hug, all right? So if you're around, people will be like, all right, come on, guys. Bring it in, guys. Bring it in. Like when something sort of cool happens, it's like, all right, bring it in, guys. Or if the conversation is like a little like, you know what I mean, appreciative, just be like, all right, guys, come on. Bring it in. Bring it in. Just initiate the group hug. That is the homework for this week. So I'll try to remember to remind you guys before the stream ends. Is Shah skirting being an outlaw again? The outlaw hat is up there. I literally put it out of reach. I did take it to Canada with me because I went to Calgary, you know, and it was very Western for the festival over there. And so I did have it with me. I was an outlaw for about a week in Canada. Oh, I was supposed to get some songs. Let me get this last song on right here. Another legend for Mr. Pitt. After this song, we'll get the party started. All right. Dating will destroy the West. I'm really interested in your conversations, Mel Space, because I like your perspective there about like how dating was never a thing, really. And just you make interesting points about that. So I like that. San Fran poops go. San Fran go. San Francisco, man. San Francisco is a place that like I like and I don't like at the same time. You know, there's things about it that's nice, and then there's things about it that is just really not so nice. I got some buddies who live there, so it's nice because like I can crash at like somebody's place if I have to. I have had some good memories in San Francisco. I do have some, but man, there's other parts of San Francisco that are just not cool. Yeah. San Francisco, like maybe a day max for me, then I'm ready to drive back home. It's about an hour and a half drive from where I live. It's a Gundam, absolutely, man. Shout out to you. I still got to get a model kit, man, and do a special stream where I build the model kit, man. Just for you, Mr. Pitt. Just for you. I got some model kits right here, but they're not Gundam ones. Stuck at 24,890. Yeah, I noticed something was going on there, Raymond. I was like, man, something's going on. Videos only hitting 3 to 5K views. And I know how meticulous you are about watching the numbers. So if I started noticing it, then I know you're you know, of course, are really noticing. The tubes purposely hold back certain content. Man, I believe it. I wouldn't put it past them. Good evening, yo. Shout out. Okay, Klaus is here. Now we can get started. Oh, my bad. Right here, Klaus. Yeah, Klaus, man. We've been waiting for you, man. You was holding up the show. I was messing with you, man. Group hug. That sounds... It was very Canadian. Very much so. But now I just been doing it. Like, all right, guys, bring it in. Come on. Giovanni says, I'm a ring guy myself. Looking into a Signet ring next. Yeah, I have an appreciation for rings. I got a few of them right here, and I like wearing rings. I used to wear a lot more of them. Now I kind of save them for special occasions. This one is from my buddy in Canada, who's also a Freemason. Shout out to him. And he gave me this one. It's like it's a fidget ring, so you can just play with it. And then it has this ring sizer because I don't have it sized, so you can move this little metal piece up and down, and it'll fit right, basically. I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, man, you didn't have to do that. He also gave me that collector coin over there. You know, and then he gave me that, and I was just like, all right, man, bring it in, man. Bring it in, you know? All right, Giovanni says, I didn't say that. This track is fire, absolutely. Shah, I will do a model kit stream with you. Yo, dude. Yo, I would love to. I would absolutely love to. We could be working on like 2 models at the same time. Or if you want to just watch me do the model, or you want me to just watch you, I don't care. However you want to do it, man. I'm all about just going for it. So that actually sounds fun to me, man. I try to keep like, and I'll do it on YouTube too. I'll probably private it after just so it doesn't look like really out of place, you know, but I don't know, man. I'd really love to. Mr. Pitt says, what online store do you typically order model kits from? Man, I don't know about the stores, man, to be honest. I usually like, I'll just look on like Amazon or just try to find something online. I think Big Bad Toy Store is what I usually get stuff from when I get things. I'm actually going to an anime convention at the end of the month because there's a voice actor there that I want to see. But usually, like, I can't stand being at an anime convention for more than like 3 hours max. So, but they have a lot of things over there. Like, they'll sell a bunch of like wares, so they'll have like models, and I think they'll have like model kits and stuff. So if I find something good from there, I'm going on the 29th, I think. I'll be sure to pick something up. But you know, the thing about doing a model kit stream is that like it's got to be doable. Like, it's like if you take on this project that like you're not going to finish, it's just going to disappoint everybody. So like the like medium to easy level one is what you want to do. So then you can conceivably finish it in like one stream, you know. Giving a shout out to the gold pill. Yo, shout out Michael. Thank you, sir. And shout out to the silver pill, which Michael is a proponent of. Where is Caesar Quintana at? I heard from Caesar. He's probably just been busy, man. He's a busy guy. But he did hit me up, man. I chatted with him for a little bit last week. He got stuff going on, man. Caesar Quintana is a man that is just doing many things. Big shout out to Caesar, man. If you see this after Caesar, man, you're the man, bro. As soon as I hear Caesar Quintana's name, I can already imagine him saying, "Hey, man, why don't you have your blue light blocking glasses on?" So yeah, I'm kind of lacking there. Murder of Crows just found our Discord. We appreciate having you on there. It's been giving us movie suggestions. Where are we at? Sorry, I got to pull up my bigger chat. That'll make things easier. Shout out. Michael Sand says, we were doing the pros and cons on the gold pill versus the silver pill. I still have to watch that. That is on Post Millman's channel. Post Millman had Michael saying on, and I do need to go back and watch that. There's a lot of things I need to watch, man. I got no excuse. Okay, so let me just show y'all what we're in for today. Let me take the grid off until we start. I guess really start, you know what I mean? So we can have some. So this is from 11 months ago. I had somebody send this to me, and I was just like, you know what? I kind of, I was kind of struggling to decide what to react to. I was thinking about doing a part 2 with the It's Complicated interview. I know we did that last week, so I was like, maybe we'll do something different. Psychax is a guy that listen, I'll be honest, I don't watch him that much now. When he first came out, I was like, this guy's really interesting. Like, I remember when he hit 100K. I think he was actually on the Whatever podcast when he did. But I was watching him come up, and, I like the way his videos are put together. His speeches are nice, and, he's got a lot of this interesting background knowledge when it comes to psychology and all that kind of stuff. And then I kind of just stopped watching them because I don't know why. I just was like, well, I just ain't feeling it right now. But, someone sent this here, and there was a part they wanted me to watch where he was talking about monogamy and how do you get the high value man to be monogamous. Now, over here, it's like this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
That's the incentive. Now, of course, he didn't mention none of that on there, and they were none the wiser. But, it was an interesting conversation. Then I was looking at the rest of this, and I was like, you know what? This might qualify. Now, there's a big chance that this just gets stopped, or I get if the stream goes down, guys, I will immediately start another stream. Maybe you just stay here, or you might have to refresh it or something. And we'll go to our backup. We got, this is Dr. Todd Grande. I like him. We got romantically active ex-wife placed in embarrassing pose after murder. I was just watching this earlier, and I was like, this seems like kind of a good video right here. It's kind of a good video. And then we got TikTok erupts after woman says she planned to divorce and leave her quote-unquote perfect husband. This is Matt Walsh. So, is he less of a tradcon? The answer is no, he is still very much a tradcon. But somebody sent this to me and said it was pretty good, so I was just like, hey, let's do that. But all right, there's that. Well, okay, wait, was that my only backup? Damn it. Oh, and then the other video I kind of wanted to watch from him is this. But do you guys know who Dr. K is? I saw him on Twitch years ago. I remember when he started coming up. He started coming up on Twitch. This was like 2020-ish, maybe even before that. And what I remember, he's like a super sharp guy too. But For some reason, I remember like not really trusting the guy. There's just something about the guy I don't trust. But he does seem really smart and all that stuff. So this was another one. We are producing millions of lonely, addicted, purposeless men and women. And he was on a month after Orion. So Orion's 11 months ago. This guy's 10 months ago from what I'm seeing. So that's the plan. That's the, hopefully we don't get knocked out of here. Really hoping that doesn't happen. It might happen. I'm sorry if it does happen, but just be cool, Diary of a CEO. Just let us react to you, man. Come on. Okay. Murder Crow says, I'm here for the shout out, y'all. Shout out. Akira was the first anime I saw. Had to go to the theater at the time, and it took 3 years to get us from Japan at the time. To get to us from Japan at the time. Man, that's pretty cool. Yeah, man, you must have been there back in the day, like back when those first companies were really starting to source films. I think Central Park Media was one of them. There might have been some other one that I don't remember. But yeah, those guys, man, they did a lot back in the day. And what was especially special about it was the fact that like a lot of animes used like the same voice actors. So you'd be like, oh, I know who that is. He was in that other one. And like sometimes the English dubs weren't that good, but they were kind of special, so I'll still watch them and appreciate them. Chris Williamson dropped a podcast on the Manosphere today. Did he now? Well, let's do some research. Let's see what that says. Maybe that can be our other backup. Also, if you hear dogs barking in the background, it's because I got my window open that leads directly to the ye old backyard. Chris Williams. Oh, here we go. 11 hours. Men are feeling lost. James Bloodworth. Okay, what do we got in here? Is the Manosphere the new toxic masculinity? Well, I mean, that's not like a conversation that hasn't been happening. Did adolescence revive the conversation? From the pickup artist to the red pill guy, how male judgment is shaping the Manosphere, the influence of influencers. Who are the Lost Boys? Should we be worried about the consumption of Manosphere content? Sounds kind of like, they're not really feeling the Manosphere over here. That's fine. The recalibration of traditional male roles. Recalibrate? That sounds interesting. Why is there no left-wing Manosphere? Ooh, that's also interesting. A lot of you guys probably have answers for that in the chat. Is progressivism harming masculinity? Women are not status objects. I could just hear John from It's Complicated saying, okay, well, if women are not status objects, then when are men going to stop being seen as success objects? Uh-oh. And I think that might come from Warren Farrell. I can't remember exactly. Oh, man, this is tempting, bro. This is tempting. It's real tempting. Little strange that this came out 11 hours ago and only has 400 likes from a guy that has almost 4 million followers. Really weird. Really weird. I feel like this guy should have way more likes. Something's going on, man. Something's going on out there. Anyways, yeah, so that's the itinerary. So yeah, all right, let's just take it from the top, guys, and see what we can do. Thanks everybody who liked the video. Gonna try to remember that.
Women are empowered to make their own sexual decisions. They target.
Oh yeah, we don't need to see the intro. Let's just go ahead and move past the intro. I mean, I'll just do that here. Okay, right there. Thank you for these convenient.
Dr. Orion Taraban, can you give me the macro picture as it relates to the work that you do? When I say the macro picture, I mean like what is going on in the world now that is so interesting and important for us to understand before we start talking about the relationship dynamics that we're going to talk about. What is that sort of macro picture at the moment? And how
Okay, that's his question. Sorry, guys. I probably will be stopping this like plenty. I also forgot to put the grid up, so I could hear Mr. Pitt right now yelling at the screen. You know what? Actually, Mr. Pitt's not yelling at the screen. He's just gently reminding. He's gently reminding. Where the heck? Oh, my grid's on this one. So, whoops. We could have gotten this whole stream taken down real fast. Somebody asked about, yep, there it is. Grid. I just saw that and I'm like, oh, crap. Don't forget the grid. He might have paid for followers, purchased followers rarely ever engage. Yeah, it just seems really weird. Murder Crow says, does the K and Dr. K stand for Karen? Dr. Karen sounds about right to me. Let me tell you what made me look at him sideways. And I remember, I'll never be able to find the clip because it was just on a Twitch stream from like 6 years ago. You know, I might have been before COVID. I don't know where it was. But he would do streams with like his wife. And I remember one time, like, him and his wife had this like really snippy thing. And then like he used it as an opportunity to like, I don't know, demonstrate his like psychology genius. You know what I'm saying? And he was just talking about like how they both managed feelings there. And something about that, I wish I could show it to you guys, but something about that was like, it just felt so unnatural and artificial to me. I was like, I don't know about this guy. But okay, we got the grid up. So let's see how Psychax describes the picture about what he's doing and gives him the macro view here.
How has that changed and changing?
I think probably big picture, the most salient thing in the world is the relationship crisis that we're working through. And it is a crisis. In the last 10 years, all kinds of relationships are being transacted less frequently. Fewer people are getting married at this country. I think in the most recent year in which statistics are available, it's at historic lows. It has never been this low before in the history of America. Fewer people are entering into relationships. Half the world's population lives in countries below reproductive rates, replacement rates. America would also be one of those countries if it weren't for its immigration. Like, its actual citizenry isn't reproducing enough to replace its own population, but that's...
And, you know, I think Klaus was the one who put us onto this, but it's not even just the U.S. I mean, it's even in India now. Some of their regions there that have had higher birth rates have, I think, dipped below 2 or something like that. Mexico, I was real surprised to hear about Mexico. I just thought it would be different down there, but theirs has dipped down also. Even in the Middle East, places in the Middle East, I mean, their birth rate's going down. So this is becoming like a worldwide problem here. You know, when I was in Turkey, in Egypt too, for the most part, but I remember seeing people like with their phones and they were just like, they'd be sitting somewhere, they'd just be looking at their phones and I'd literally hear TikTok, like I'd hear reels scrolling. And, you know, I was on the dating apps just, you know, scrolling around, just seeing, and I would see so many things that looked not very different to what the profiles I'd see over here. And then I realized, I was like, listen, anywhere with an internet connection and like hot water for a shower, you can just expect the same thing. So that was my conclusion from traveling. Ew, why did I just get the ick from Dr. Karen just hearing that? That's exactly what happened to me. It gave me like the ick really badly. It felt so gross and fake. And then I was just like, man, I don't know about this guy. I know he's from Harvard and he's got all these accolades and he's like super sharp and all that. And all the Twitch streamers are kissing his butt, you know, for all their mental health stuff or whatever. But something about it just ain't feel right. I tell you what.
Obscured by immigration.
Really?
Yeah. Fewer people are even hooking. Its actual citizenry isn't reproducing enough to replace its own population, but that's obscured by immigration.
I would agree with that.
Really?
And, you know, that's something I've said for a while. I think I even mentioned this on one of my first discussions with Paul. And Paul posted something about that today. But, you know, the immigration thing, I always looked at it as downstream from the family creation issue. If people were forming families and having more kids, that might be less of a thing. But other than that, it seems whoever's in charge of the economy up there feels it's better to, you know, increase immigration in order to keep the engine running, so to speak.
Yeah. Fewer people are even hooking up anymore. Like, there's fewer even casual sexual relationships being transacted, which is somewhat surprising.
When you say fewer people are hooking up and there's fewer transactional sexual relationships, versus when? Versus like the 1950s or?
You know, I'm going to ask a personal question as a poll. So completely anonymous, but I'm kind of curious just on him saying that about ye old casual coitus. How many of you have had casual, I don't even know if I'm using this word right. Let's see. The heck with it. Yeah, I'll just use that word. In the past year. That's kind of surprising. Okay. My bad. I'm going to put, have you had casual coitus in the past year? Simple yes or no.
Versus certainly 1970.
Okay.
So when the pill became widely available, there
This is technology, folks. This is technology.
was predictably an explosion in casual sex relationships. We know that for
Free love movement.
both men and women, the number of lifetime sexual partners went up significantly. And we see that that's much lower these days. And that's kind of a problem because regardless of how you feel about casual sex, we live in a culture in which sex precedes commitment. So the way to get to commitment and to long-term relationships and engagement in marriage, if that's what you're looking for, is kind of through sex.
You know, it's interesting too, right? Because we've been looking at those Reddit threads from, sorry to keep switching it up on y'all, but I'm going to take any excuse I can, especially given the YouTube video that we're reacting to. But you guys remember how I showed you guys this, right? Waiting to wed right here. You remember that? Depressed that my BF hasn't proposed on our 5-year anniversary. I'm sorry. I like just showing you guys random Reddit threads. Oh my. So I've just been following this. Oh God, what a story. Oh my God, what a story. Look at how long, look at this story from this sad woman whose boyfriend hasn't proposed to her in 5 years. My God. I got just the new sound effect for her.
Oh, boo-hoo. Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin.
I've been waiting to do that. Maybe she had one of these.
Dowry, it's my right.
Yeah, maybe if she thought
What's
about
the
that.
dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Yeah, she get her boyfriend to get married real quick. My partner and I have been together for 5 years. We love each other and get along really well. We've been living together for 4 years and recently moved into a new flat. He's always been super supportive. And since I left my job, oh no, dowry's not looking too good last March because it was taking a toll on my mental health. All right, listen, we're not even in the first paragraph through, and I'm already like, that small part of me that was like, okay, maybe she really got a bad deal is like, no, actually the boyfriend's right for not marrying this woman. Her mental health ain't right. She ain't got a job. Like, what's up with this bum? No, you shouldn't get me. I don't even know if I need to read the rest of this. I don't even need the rest of this. All right, let's see the comment. The thing that is most concerning about all of this is you quitting your job. Okay, somebody up here, and being a stay-at-home girlfriend. Stay-at-home wife is fine if you have a degree or certification or something you can make money with if you get divorced, but being a stay-at-home girlfriend is the dumbest thing you can do and offers you no protection. Okay, yeah, so she's just like, I don't want to work. I'm depressed. I want this guy to marry me. And then, like, after a few years, when she gets sick of that guy, you know, she's got a kid or two in tow. It's going to be time to just dip, you know? She's going to be like, it's time for this. Yep. And then maybe get on the plane to Dubai or Vegas or something. I don't know. And then that's just what it's going to be. So, anyways, yeah. So, yeah, world's smallest violin there. We can get back here now. Yo, Timmy Kramer, shout out to you. Sorry, man, I got to get all my stuff up again. Down to Mark says, been in a relationship, would have to go back 4 years for casual. Kind of risky nowadays to be overly casual. It really is. I've been watching Pearl streams, and she's been doing the stream every Friday on STIs. And it's a pretty entertaining stream because people will call in and share their experiences with that. And yeah, I mean, I get it, man. Hey, shout out to you, man. Relationship for 4 years, man. Shout out to you. MCD says, does my hand count? I'm going to have to say no, unfortunately, sir. Giovanni says, nope. Casual can be very dangerous for a man. Yeah, you can step in some landmines with that. Reddit trauma dumping. Well, if you're partners, you can equally be expected to propose there, little lady. Now, there's some interesting thinking right there. Does she have a dowry? Nope, a popper. Maybe Saint Nick will save her.
No
Exactly.
dowry. It's my right.
Man, you know, we got to get some AI art of Saint Nick out here saving the folks. I remember last time we had oh man, why isn't my I've been having some issues with Discord. Uh-oh. Let me pull that back up. I wanted to show the AI art from last week. We had some fantastic AI art. Shout out to Dan the Man. I don't think he's with us today. But maybe we'll see him later. Ooh, here it is. There we go. That's what we had last week. Yeah, man, this woman on Reddit is literally, that's her right there. She's just like, can you please, sir? Thank you, sir. Oh, God, forgive me. I probably shouldn't make fun of that. But yeah, that's what it's looking like. Gamer. I got casual coitus off a dating app and in uni within the past year. Okay, yeah, shout out to you, man. So far, 82% have said no. 82% have said no. I'll go ahead and close that poll. Okay, yeah, I just was wanting to get a thing. I mean, that kind of matches what Orion was talking about there, so it would appear. Another Reddit popper looking for a come up. Redditors are the worst. Sassy says, at this point, it's safer to be a nun. I mean, you know what? Yeah. Now, let me tell you something, Sassy. I don't know if you know this, but you can't just walk in and be a nun. Technically, you need a dowry, and that used to be a thing. So to be a nun, you had to come in with some resources. Now, it was typically a lot less than the dowry. So if the family was really poor, they would say, all right, we're going to put her in a convent, because it would probably be easier to afford that. So interesting. When the Karen goes with regret and summons SWAT upon you. The AI images aren't my thing. I'm focused on the tunes. I hear you. Dan the Man and Mr. Pitt are the dudes that rock the images, and they do a fantastic job. All right, moving back in.
It's the first step of a process that can potentially end in children and family. So there are important downstream consequences in a culture where sex precedes commitment when there is less casual sex being transacted.
You know, it's interesting too, because, okay, I get what he's saying. Like, okay, he's just saying whether you like it or not, this seems to be what we as a culture are doing. Now, when you ask the question, should sex precede commitment? I have a feeling a lot of you guys are going to say no. Let me see. Should coitus precede commitment? And what I mean is, like, should that be used as a thing to try to lock down commitment? And to me, that kind of sounds like, not even just as a guy who's been talking about the dowry for the past however long, but even as a guy who's worked at a child support office. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, again, you're playing with fire there, and it's just like, well, that seems to be what we're doing, but then there seems to be all these spin-off problems. Like, you know, Pearl was talking about the STIs. That's, you know, but then also somebody might get pregnant and then they might have a kid and they're not actually technically committed to each other, and then they break up after that. It seems pretty foolhardy, but he did bring up birth control right before that. So, you know, I guess the birth control is what's given women the option to be able to try to leverage sex for commitment prior to the commitment. So I don't know.
All of those things you've described in the macro, those macro factors, why do any of them matter?
Why do any of them matter?
What's the downstream consequence of all those things? You know, you've described less people hooking up, but marriage and all these other factors, relationships, why does any of that matter to society?
Well, I guess on a macro scale, it could be population collapse. I mean, we know that some countries like Japan are already on the other side of their curve and are going to have a very top-heavy generation for the next 10 to 15 years.
I think that's the first thing people tend to point out when it comes to this. It's always the fertility crisis. I actually have another video for you guys, and it's about Japan. And I was watching a video, and it was about how people in Japan are not having desires anymore. Like, they're becoming a nation, like, as far as consumerism goes and stuff like that. They don't care to buy things really, and they have like a really low marriage rate, low fertility, and all that stuff. And everyone's just kind of checked out. And one of the questions that was posed in the video is, well, if you're checked out, why would any of this stuff matter to you? So do you really care about the low fertility rate, or this stuff? Or are you just like, well, all right, whatever, you know?
Where one worker might be supporting over 2 citizens, which might be an economic burden that few workers can bear.
Because there's young people in the workforce, and then there's too many old people, effectively.
Yeah, and there's not enough babies.
You know, it's interesting how, like, you know, it's all about freedom and, you know, leaving the house at 18 and nobody can tell you what to do. But it's funny how like all the stuff we used to do as like smaller units, like, you know, kids growing up into adults to then take care of their elderly parents. You know, we haven't solved, like we haven't actually moved past needing to do that. All we've really done is put it out into this sort of collectivist type thing, right? So it's like, well, we'll have Social Security. And so long as there's people coming up behind you who will keep working and paying into this, then we will all collectively take care of our parents that way, in the sense of like, well, okay, so as long as there's enough people working, and then it's really dependent on how many kids and doing all this, but people aren't doing all that. So now we're going to have an issue with elderly care in that way. Sassy says having a more elderly population isn't bad. If they help out with the child care when they don't and expect to be cared for themselves, it's all downhill. Yeah, I would agree with that. And that was kind of the back end of what they were doing. So sometimes in the marriage contract, you'd see, you know, this is where the parents were going to go. Especially, you know, of one or the other or whatever. If they're putting a house on this as a dowry, then it's like, well, okay, we still have usufruct of the land and we're going to be here. Your job is to furnish us what our needs at least once a year. You know, you're expected to give us this. That's in some of these marriage contracts. But then likewise, yeah, you know, the kids are out, the kids are running around, you know, the grandparents are there. At least one set of them, and they're helping out with that. So that's a thing. Shout out to the grandparents out here who help out with the child care. Yeah, and then likewise, you know, that the family works together that way, but we don't really have that. And let me tell you guys, child care is a big business. It is a big business. I won't say more on that now, but it is. Japan is a very vibrant sex worker industry. Well, that probably is used as a kind of substitute for, you know, what they're going through. So, Post-Millennial Man says, Shah, I'm married. We do it all the time. Giggity, giggity. Well, shout out to y'all. They're getting busy over there in the Millennial Man household. So, shout out to the folks there. You know what? I'll give you this one. Klaus says, at one point, the elderly need care one way or the other. I should know, as I have my hands full with my mom. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen on a long enough timeline. And that's something you have to kind of have at the back of your mind. My buddy in Russia tried to hook me up with his sister-in-law. Uh-oh. Oh, did you ask him this?
Your dowry, it's my right.
Did you say, let's get down to brass tacks? Oh, wait, hold on.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
You know, he's, how do you say dowry in Russian? I think it's pridannoye or something like that. I need you to ask if he knows what that word means. She's slated to go help with her family's kids in Boston. Interesting. Well, hey, man, good luck on that situation.
To kind of rise up and replace even those that are passing away. So that's why there's all these advances in robotics and AI, because they're trying to kind of make one person, two people to keep society stable. And the economic consequences of population collapse would be dire. Like they would have to be navigated with a great deal of nuance and vision, because the more accelerated the decline, the more unstable society becomes. So that probably is on a macro level the most dangerous thing about this kind of situation. But for the individual, it just makes mating and dating so much more confusing than it ever has been. Like the individual probably isn't worried about the collapse of civilization and population decline. They're worried about, am I going to find somebody that I can have a satisfying relationship with? And that seems to be more difficult than it ever has been, which is paradoxical because it also seems on some level that it should never have been easier in the history of humanity to get into a sexual or romantic relationship.
It's interesting, like, I don't know why. My mind always goes back to this conversation of freedom. And it's like we have the most freedom, I guess, arguably you can say maybe than we've ever had. And the paradox is now that we have more options than we ever had. It's hard for people to stick together. And not even just that. I don't even know if it's just because of the options, but it's also about giving in to short-term pleasures. And we have technology that helps mitigate some of those consequences, though people don't always avail themselves of that. And it's not always foolproof. So people do that, and then they constantly just kind of keep looking for these hits. And it makes it just harder and harder to find a long-term kind of deal there. At least it seems that way to me. I ended the poll 69%. I was going to make it. 69% of you guys said no, it should not precede commitment. And 30% said yes. That's interesting. Nice. A nice little split there. I like it when there's different opinions in the chat. That's why the Japanese try to use robots in elderly care. They don't have enough young people to do the care. Yeah, I don't know. Just what he said there about AI has got me thinking, man. It's really going to change so many things. Elon Musk is talking big. He's saying like in a year or a couple years, like you're going to see these AI things in the forest, basically, just working in factories and stuff. You know what's crazy? I went to a McDonald's after years because I don't mess with McDonald's too much. And man, it's crazy. Like you go in there and it's just like kiosks and the workers, like they don't even want to like look at you or smile or talk to you. They're just praying you don't make like human contact with them. And they're just like behind the counter. You know, like they just want to only see you when they call out the food number and then hurry up and scurry back. It's really weird. But there's only like 2 people back there. So it's like they replaced humans with kiosks, I guess. Luke Nielsen says, nah, he's an old Soviet. They don't believe in that stuff. And no way in hell I'm getting involved. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that ain't going to work. Too bad he's not an older Soviet. Well, just prior to the Soviet Union. They would have had a nice, rich dowry history there.
With all of our new technologies.
But it is.
It is. Isn't that interesting?
Who is suffering more, or are they just suffering differently, men or women?
Usually it's hard to be a man and it's hard to be a woman. It's like hard to be a human being. Down here.
I don't know if that's a fair question. You know, I don't know if it should be a suffering Olympics. If you're going to base it off just who's having coitus with who, then you can probably say, well, it's mostly the men because it seems like a lot more men aren't having as much as the women. And they're also having probably less commitment than the women. I mean, listen, if you were going to divvy up commitment into commitment units, like if you would just allow me to do that for a bit. So even though she's been in a bunch of shorter relationships, those all count as an aggregate amount of commitment units. So she had 1 year of a commitment here, 2 years there, 6 months over here. So the sum total of commitment that she's getting is still more than a lot of guys. But I guess it depends how you're going to define who's having a hard time. And even though women are getting these things, they might still feel extremely crappy on the inside. Man, I have met some very beautiful women. And sometimes it seems like the more beautiful, like the more like just, I don't know, just like sad they are or like depressed. I don't know. Maybe it's just me only noticing what the beautiful woman's going through and being completely blind to the other ones. So I don't know. People are having a tough time out here, but we don't stop, man. You know, we don't stop. Every single day we go over and see what our brother Dontavius is saying. What does Dontavius got to say to us today?
Hey, yo, Dontavius.
Yeah,
What's today's quote of the day?
you gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl, just stay gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yo.
Thank you, Dontavius. Yep, that's 100% right. Thank you.
Suffering is kind of standard. Like it's pain either way.
What are the types of problems that, let's start with men are having?
Well, it's harder for men to meet women and to get into relationships. Like in the last 10 years, the number of relationships that were initiated online increased by 250%, which is huge. 10 years ago, about 20% of Americans met online. Now it's over 50. The vast majority of couples are now meeting through social media or online dating sites. And across that same time period, we've seen a radical decrease in relationships that are being transacted.
Could you guys imagine like a dowry-inspired dating app? Listen, if everybody's meeting on social media and this is not going away, I don't know. Maybe they have something like this. I mean, they have things probably where people list like what they do. But what if they had something that was like really like drilled down more? I don't know, man. I imagine like when I think about, because somebody asked me about what does a gold pill conversation look like? And the more I think about it, the more stuff I think about in terms of what conversation I would have with the woman. who brought up marriage to me. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the debt, what kind of debt they have, the credit score. I want to know what the future bequest looks like. You know what I mean? Okay, so are your parents planning on leaving you some portion of a house? Okay, you're one of 4 siblings. You got your parents own one property between them, the family home. So you're looking at about a quarter of a bequest from that property when it's all said and done. Do your parents both rent? You don't own nothing. Your parents are divorced. You're not expecting any inheritance. Okay, how much do you make? How much have you saved up? What's your income potential look like? Okay, you know, what if you have this job now, you've saved up this much, you're looking at an inheritance of this much, I'm looking at an inheritance of this much, this is how much I make. We shack up, you know, get married, 2 kids, you stay home for 10 years, if that's, you know, what you'd like to do, and make sourdough bread while you're doing it. And then you start working again after that. What does that look like? If you had like a front-end dating app that was very serious about that kind of forced people to have that conversation before, I wonder if it would help some of this.
So it's correlative, but it's very suggestive that the meteoric rise of dating apps has also seen a catastrophic decline in all forms of relationships.
Do you think dating apps are a net positive or a net negative?
You know what's another interesting thing about dating apps? Because, you know, and I think about our brother John from It's Complicated. He's done episodes on if it's worth legalizing prostitution or not. We were watching him last week, and I think he mentioned that as a thing. And a lot of people are like, it's not going to help. One thing I do wonder, like, especially when it comes to the U.S., Europe was probably different. But, you know, obviously prostitution is outlawed. I mean, as far as I know. And it's like the fact that we kind of had all this stuff really pushed away and blocked away. There's a guy who's in his 50s right now watching me, and he's just like, nah, I remember the 80s. It was everywhere or something. But it's like as soon as dating apps came on the fray, everybody just were kind of using it to like get those urges out or something. I don't know. If prostitution was legal the whole time, would dating apps have hit as hard? Is all I'm asking, basically. W. Dontavius, exactly. Dontavius spitting facts. Absolutely, man. Shout out to Dontavius. It wouldn't help. It still doesn't weed out the liars. Well, I mean, I get you on that, but, you know, maybe there can be verifications of some sort. The inheritance would be harder to verify, and you're still gambling it on there. They might do something and piss off their parents, and then their parents are like, screw you, I'm writing you out of the will. You know, you got to have good relationships with your family. But, you know, you can at least get a credit report background check done, so you can see people's real debt. You can see if someone maybe had jail time or not. There's a lot of systems that keep track of that stuff. You can also interface it with systems. There's a system called the work number. If it had access to that, it can get real-time income information for people that would be readily verifiable. So they could work with these third-party, you know, data banks to be able to verify real information. And I know that because working at child support, I've seen a lot of these databases and I had to use them myself. So you could have verifiable information on people, which would be, you know, interesting. So people could elect to do that. They could consent to that. You know, MCD says women have a bailout plan, set up an OF and then become a trad wife. Chad greater than women, greater than men. Did I miss anything here? I don't think I missed anything. Dating apps are for hookups. Prostitutes require money. Oh, there you go. You think the Chad's going to pay? You've seen their messages, Netflix and chill. That's a great point, man. Shout out to you. I didn't even think of that. Now, there's going to be somebody who's like, no, that's not true. Chad is paying with money, energy, attention, and time, right? So that's me. That's Coach Greg Adams. That's other folks. So they might say, well, for as much as time as you're spending on that, you know, but, you know, again, yeah, there's the quick lays, man. There's people out here who didn't spend more than $5 on a boba or a cup of coffee on this woman and made it happen. But, you know, again, risks, giant risks, landmine, possibly, God forbid, income. And, you know, I see what you're saying, though. MCD says need to legalize need to legalize pay for play. Pay for play, get money. IRS get taxes, and Johns get box. Everyone wins. Yeah, I always try to think of cultures that have it legalized and think, you know, is it different over there? I'll always remember these 2 German people that John and I talked to on the Strip in Vegas, and it was a German girlfriend and boyfriend, and they were visiting. And the boyfriend said that he thought it put down the old R-word rate because it was legal. That was his opinion. And they both seem to like agree with it. I'm always surprised like how liberal some European people are. Like you wouldn't expect it. But some of them really are. Oh, we met these 2 Irish ladies. They got really mad at us. And you will not believe this. But as they walked away, they walked over this vent with like air coming out of it. And literally she had on this skirt and it like flew up and like we saw everything. Well, there was underwear, but that was the thing. Shah says, I saw @Shah on here. I'm like, what the hell? Dating apps would have still taken off. Plenty of guys would try to get laid at the cheapest way possible. Yeah, no, you're right, man. You're right. They say that, but they aren't. They literally start with, hey, you free? Sassy says, nah, they just insist on the first meet is going to be Netflix and chill at their house. So not even coffee out here, man. What's going on? It's bad out here, huh? Oh, my God.
They played us like a damn fiddle.
They want to DoorDash their needs met. Oh, my God. MCD says, Chad gets a huge discount. Only betas pay. Mr. Pitt says, all men pay, but Chad gets the biggest discount. Some smart Manosphere guy. Shout out to whoever that guy is, man. That was probably, I wonder if that was base FZZ. Gamer says, Shah, thanks for remembering my question on how to frame asking for the dowry in the scenario that she brings up marriage. Oh, no worries, man. I do think about this stuff during the week. I've been working a lot, man. And, you know, I'm in this, like, my brain is like in this plasticity phase because I'm learning a lot of new stuff with work. And so I've found that like I've been wanting to learn a bunch of other things too. I don't know. I just feel very grateful, I guess you can say, and excited. You know, God willing, you know, good. You should make a short or TikTok or video on just that topic alone, I guess. That's a great suggestion, man. Listen, I've been telling you guys for months I'm going to make standalone videos. I'm supposed to make a video about how the dowry checks hypergamy. I should make a video on what you just suggested. I'm very, you know, not proud of myself for not doing that. I need to re-up the YouTube and get the shorts going. Or not the shorts, but the standalone video and the shorts too. Klaus says, no, it's not different over here. Klaus is our brother on the ground in Germany right now. We're blessed to have that keen insight and real-time information. Murder of Crow says, pay for box seems real at all times, if at least you don't have to fear being thrown into paddy wagon. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know people do that, but it's like, what? You know, it's like, if you got to look over your shoulder this whole time, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just, like, you know, for me personally, I don't mind the rigmarole of dating and all that stuff. I find that it appeals to be more, you know, I appreciate that. Mr. Pitt says, I find it interesting that St. Augustine's writings have been widely interpreted as advocating for pay-for-play toleration in society rather than its outright suppression. The way I remember it is that it's like a necessary evil, like it's not good, but I guess it's worse if it's not there. I think that's what he said. I do not want to misquote that. Did the It's Complicated collab help the channel grow? I did the It's Complicated collab around the same time I did the collab with Pearl. And I mean, I was at like 2,100 prior to that. And now I'm at 3,039. So that was definitely because of them. That was because of them. So I need to be doing more work to make the channel bigger. And it's not that I don't know how to say this. I don't want you guys to think I'm not taking this seriously. I am taking it seriously. But I also am like not that... Like, it's not just about, like, me wanting to see, like, numbers go up and stuff. Which can also be a convenient excuse and cope for laziness. But, you know, I'm okay with turtling my way over to whatever this ends up going. But, you know, I do got to make more stuff. So I do think about y'all, man. I think about y'all during the week. I never look at over my shoulder when I pay for box. It's very chill if you have good connections. Oh yeah, there you go. I mean, it's probably like any black market thing. If you got if you got a few trusted suppliers, huh? Collabs greater than TikTok. Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't know actually, but
I think most people don't know how to use dating apps correctly. Dating apps are tools, and you have to adapt your strategy given what that technology is capable of doing. If you try to use dating apps casually, you're probably going to be infuriated, depressed, and hopeless. Like, you need a strategy, and that strategy generally requires massive action. So, especially for men.
Interesting. We'll get into that because I want to dig deeper there. But just closing off on this.
I'd be interested to hear what he has to say too. I mean, again, for me, it's just all trial and error. And then I've gotten to a point where I'm like, there is a certain window of time to where this conversation starts to where it needs to be going into the next thing. And if that doesn't happen, quick enough or whatever, then it's probably not going to happen. And I have this thing, and he kind of talks about it a little bit because I heard some other parts of this conversation early on, and he starts talking about things like context and stuff. And I have this thing called like right hemisphere, there's certain things I think isn't like, when you think of like a pickup line, pickup lines work because they're not like completely left hemisphere literal. I pointed to the left when I said right. And so they're fun, So it's like if the situation is boring, something like a pickup line introduces a little bit of chaos and irrationality, and that creates interest versus what was a boring situation before. If it's a chaotic situation and you're just like, get in the car, and you just get out of there or something like that, then that might be something that can generate attraction too, because the environment and context you were in was chaotic and you set order there. Instead, people come into a boring situation and they want to make more order and routine, which just contributes to the boringness. And that's where like right hemisphere context, joking and metaphor and symbol understanding can kind of come in. So we might talk about that more later because he starts, if we make it there, doing a lot of talking. Slow and steady wins the race. Absolutely. Shout out to the turtles. Gamer is at the JUCO. Shout out to him. Shout out to the folks at the JUCO. You guys remember the sugar baby story we read last week?
Point about the other ways.
What if everybody at the JUCO is just slowly contributing to time bombs? Like, women are over here making money off the JUCO, and guys are slowly contributing to that. We just have like a wave of time bombs just slowly being created here. Like that little Mario one that has the wind up thing until it ends up like that Reddit post. Rolo is always looking to do collabs. He would love a gold pill versus red pill debate in his Las Vegas studio. I mean, listen, if Rolo wanted to have a conversation, I would have a good faith conversation with him as best I can, part of me kind of doubts it though. I did leave a response to a Rolo tweet. Here, I'll show it to you right now. Just so you don't think like, and it's not like I wouldn't, again, I'm not some big guy, right? So I don't expect people to be like, oh man. Oh, I got so many reposts. Dang. Let me see if I can find it, man. This is going to be crazy. How can I not find my own tweet, man? That's sad. That's real sad, man. No, that's real sad. Oh, God. Where is my own? Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah, here it is. So let me take the grid off for y'all. So, I mean, Rolo had come in and, Peter Wright, our brother, Peter Wright. Shout out to Peter Wright. Let me get MCD's comment off the screen. Peter Wright's been posting some interesting stuff about hypergamy and how some of the stuff we conflate to be hypergamy is actually really just narcissism. And he posted some stuff about that. Hypergamy is not narcissism, and yet everyone in the red pill space is conflating the two. Worse, the space is actively promoting female narcissism after mistaking it for hypergamy, making the whole dang relationship scene more pathological with its narcissism praxeology. And so, I don't want to misrepresent what he's saying, but in the sense of like, well, red pill gurus will be like, well, women are hypergamous, as if like that's the normal, like that's how it's just how it is, right? This is the Chilton Manual. Women are hypergamous. Men just need to accept that. That's how it's always been. Evolutionary biology, this many sperms, the egg, all the stuff that they come in with. You know what I mean? And we're looking at this, especially from the gold pill, dowry conversation as like, no, actually, romantic chivalry, all this stuff is an aberration to whatever the natural hypergamy would have been. And it's really just narcissism conflated with it, basically. So it's not normal, and he put some stuff there, and Rollo responded to him and said, hypergamy is not a system of belief. And he had an article here. So I looked at the article, and I found some of the stuff in the article that I wanted to address with them. And I said 2 claims in your article here that I am having trouble understanding. Number 1, hypergamy is unique to women. And he said that in the article, hypergamy is unique to women. But, we see in the dowry history that actually men were looking for the largest dowries they can find, right? That's why, where's my, that's why this is the thing.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
Your dowry, it's my right.
That sound quote is literally taken, from a movie where the guy is literally being hypergamous. So again, hypergamy, is it really unique to women? Doesn't really seem like it. Number 2, your dismissal of those who say hypergamy just relates to marriage. From like the strict anthropological sense of the word, it really does concern marriage. But it's been recently stretched out to be about dating and relationships, which may just be stretching out over to narcissism, basically. To address point 1, the role and history of the dowry in marriage shows the opposite. Men were and are hypergamous. See the newspaper article I linked below from 1976. Men sought women with large dowries and often sought to increase their own status by doing so. Men would also refuse marriage to women who did not have a dowry that was at their level. This made it hard for some women to get married because they didn't have the requisite material contribution to bring to the marriage. That's how we get this right here. You know what I mean? So, right. So we see that. We got newspaper articles with the Pope doing this. We got, St. Nick legends out here. We got all kinds of stuff. Under the dowry system, most marriages were between men and women of similar status levels. Women seeking higher income/status grooms were checked by men's expectations of a dowry amount commensurate with the station. This is hypergamy against hypergamy in order to create positive assortative matching. This shows that both women and men are hypergamous. So I attached some things here. Oh gosh, this article I think is from the 70s. I can't make it bigger. I'll read it out loud to you guys. Our Greek friends were amazed when we told them that we had married a beautiful but destitute American girl from Warren, Pennsylvania. But didn't you even discuss the dowry with her family? Our friend Nicholas asked. I think once I brought up the sum of $300,000 with her mother, what did her mother say? Have a nice piece of apple pie. It's fresh out of the oven. I don't know what a Pennsylvania accent sounds like. You Americans will never learn, said George. Look at me. I am not as handsome as many Greeks, but I'm not ugly. Am I? No, you are not. My father owns ships. I have a British education. My uncle is a general. How much do you think I'm worth as a husband? It's hard to say. Well, we have already turned down these prospects. One Greek-American girl who are willing to pay $100,000. That's US dollars. My third cousin, whose father wanted to give me half ownership in a tanker, and a beautiful actress who has an apartment overlooking the Acropolis. My father feels, and I must agree with him, that since I am the only son, he can't throw me away for nothing. How much dowry could I demand if I lived in Greece? We asked our friends. The trouble is, Nicholas said, that in Greece, newspapermen are not considered such good catches. The father of a girl might be reluctant to negotiate with the newspaperman's father. Now check this out. Even as a newspaperman guy, he still says what he can get, and it's pretty significant. But say he did, how much do you think I could get? Nicholas and George made some calculations on the tablecloth. George said you could, you see this tablecloth calculation right there? By the way, gamer, that's the gold pill conversation. I want you to pull out a freaking napkin, put a line down the middle, write your name on one side, write her name on the other, draw a line below that, and start listing out assets and doing the calculations. So this is precursor. This is precursor. You could probably get, depending on whether your father was good at bargaining, a herd of sheep. Do you guys know how much one sheep costs? Have any of you guys gone to your local farm and talked to the guy and say, hey, I'd like to buy a sheep? Man, those are not cheap. And a whole herd of sheep? All right, I mean, I might, 4 blankets. Those are probably wool blankets too. A copper kettle, a donkey. So not only a herd of sheep, you're also getting a donkey and 2 large caskets of olive oil. So the point is you'd still get something out here. All right, let's move up to point 2. For point 2, hypergamy proper is only about marriage. This is the classical understanding about hypergamy, and the recent efforts to stretch it to encompass dating/relationships undermines the point of hypergamy, which has always been about increasing status and position through marriage. A short-term relationship without marriage doesn't do that, which is why women want to lock down the high-status man in marriage. It has only been the recent insertion of romantic chivalry and gynocentrism, that's Peter Wright, that's his tag on Twitter, which has made the love match popular. However, this could be more of a manifestation of narcissism rather than a natural hypergamy as suggested by Peter Wright. So that was the discussion. We didn't get a response from Rollo. Some folks liked it, reposted it. I appreciate that. So yeah, all that to say, it'll be a conversation worth having. Sassy says, I want my own sheep someday. So yeah, they aren't cheap sheep. They are not cheap. Yeah. If you see a farmer and they got like a livestock and they got animals running around, that's what real wealth looks like. Like if you see some cows and a bull, man, those are some serious folks right there, man. That's some real money. That's real money right there. When you finally sit down with Rollo, yes, I'm speaking that into existence. Be sure to call the red pill a praxeology, not an ideology. Oh yeah, I know that's the Rollo Chilton Manual approach to the red pill, which is his version of it, which is the, I always think of that word Chilton Manual because I remember him saying that in an interview. I can't remember who that was with right now. That might have been with Saint and the Sinner or someone else. Anyways, so that's how he sees it. He's like, hey, this is how you put a car together and this is how you take it apart. That's their view of it. I kind of think of like you guys know what is that? Mickey Mouse Sorcerer's Apprentice. Okay, Disney is like, they may be coming after us. I want to see the one where the sorcerer looks disappointed in him. Right here, this picture. Dang it, you guys can't see it that bigly. But you see this like right here? Like this is kind of what maybe the Manosphere has been doing a little bit with these terms. Like these terms, hypergamy, these are anthropological terms. These are scientific terms. These are academic terms. And, and shout out to the folks here in the Manosphere for at least trying to do something where others weren't doing anything. But, there is an element of like picking up these terms and kind of like picking up a loaded gun and not really understanding how it works so much and using these things. Maybe if you do that with a lot of things, maybe there's a lot of things missing to where the picture we're seeing may not be as well put together as how academics actually meant for it to be put together. So that's a thing, I'll try to get to some of these comments and we'll go back to the video. He will go crazy if you call it an ideology. Sassy says, I want to own... Oh, yeah, we got that one. Man, olive oil is getting expensive right now. It sure is. And that's some Greek olive oil. That ain't cheap. Giovanni English says about $200 per sheep, depending on the type. There's info on the web about the auction prices. Yeah, a give or take, depending on where you are. I think where I am, man, it'd probably be about $300 easy. And sheep can produce... A herd of sheep can produce a lot, man. You can produce milk. There's obviously... the wool, you know what I mean? Fantasia. Okay. Rollo still calls it the Chilton Manual. I think he literally said that last Sunday during his show. Yeah, I remember that from him.
in which the changes in society have started to impact men,
Yeah.
I think a lot about the mental health statistics and about suicidality. I think, at least in the UK, I know that the single biggest killer of men above the age of, I think, 40 or 45 is themselves. And I'm trying to understand if there's correlation there between a changing world that has changed dating dynamics, but also gender dynamics, and the impact that that's had on men and masculinity, let's say.
Well, masculinity is in a crisis.
Grid. Oh my God, we almost lost the stream, guys. Shout out to Jay Morgs, man. Thank you, Jay Morgs. One of our brothers from the shadows who's been watching us. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. I can hear Mr. Pitt right now. And Don DeMarco yelling.
Which creates an opportunity in the marketplace for...
That's had on men and masculinity, let's say.
Well, masculinity is in a crisis, which creates an opportunity in the marketplace for lots of people to come in and say, this is what it means to be a man.
Man, I'm so glad he actually said that, man. Shout out to him. And that's one of the things, you know, we discuss, right? It's like there's this war for masculinity. Maybe you've heard me say that before. There's feminists trying to say what a real man is. There's tradcons saying what a real man is. And frankly, there's red pillars saying what a real man is. You know what I mean? And it's just like at a certain point, when do you say enough is enough? I'm going to define that for myself. Others might say, well, okay, if everybody has their own version of it and it's all just a disaster or whatever it happens to be, I don't really buy that so much. I think people seek comfort and certainty. So tradcons will want to seek comfort in something they believe is traditional, even though, as we found out, what they've been selling is not traditional, sadly. People are afraid to leave the narrative. Peter Wright was mentioning something about this to me, but, you know, it's scary for people to sort of leave a narrative that's been governing their lives in jumping into something uncertain, which ironically, in my opinion, is masculine. You know what I mean? Which is like, if you have direct confrontation, this, you know, when I was talking to Paul Elam, that was some of the stuff I suggested, you know, so it's like having the courage to jump off the boat into the water and swim for land, and finding what you're going to find new over there. But a lot of people don't like that idea of new. They say, no, we don't want new. We want old and what has always been. But then you got people saying this is what has always been, and it's actually not what has always been. And then you're just like, okay, who can we trust now?
Like that would be somewhat unheard of 100 years ago because we all just more or less knew what it meant to be a man. But now we need personality.
I think we more or less knew what it meant to be a man because, you know, there weren't the changes that we have now. You know, technology has really increased recently, whether it's birth control, dating apps, airplanes, air conditioning, nuclear weapons, you know, providing a huge deterrence for war than what otherwise might have been. And, you know, because of that, all this stuff is up in the air, or people have a lot more leeway to walk outside of a role that was otherwise well-defined because of selection pressure, because of the pressures put onto us by nature. Technology has moved some of those pressures just a bit further away, so we're able to just do more interesting things, you know, and then, you know, a gigantic welfare system probably helps with that too, especially for people, you know, really just pushing it to a place to where maybe they're not even super productive for themselves anymore. Rest in peace, stream. Hopefully we made it. So far, we're looking good. I hope you guys can see me. Oh, man, you're making me worried. Grifter's going to grift. Real man equals protect, provide, procreate. Okay, so that is going to be, man, listen, man, if you're going to do that, I just hope you get one of these, all right?
Dowry, it's my right.
We want dowries, exactly.
To come into the milieu and say, this is what it means to be a man. Now, in my opinion, a lot of that is what I would call performative masculinity.
Oh, I like that idea. Performative masculinity right there.
And is not at the core of what it means to be a man, but can make you more visible in the sexual marketplace.
See, yeah, and I mean, I think that kind of details a lot of like red pill dating groups. Oh, it's, you know, I don't know if you would call Andrew Tate a true red pill dating guru since he kind of disavows the red pill. But people who are basically talking about maximizing these kind of surface level virtue. I don't know if it's fair to call them surface level, but whether it's like, muscles, money, like the sort of Andrew Tate formula, right? That can be a performative masculinity. And I don't know. It's an interesting concept, right? Like I talk about Andrew Tate as a cartoon character, right? Like he's a cartoon character because it's so beyond real. It's like hyper real of like what a man is. That it's just basically, he's like hyperbole. He's walking, talking hyperbole.
Like one of the, regardless of your attitudes toward traditional masculinity or femininity, it makes that person more visible to the opposite sex. It's like by emphasizing what you might call sexual dimorphic characteristics.
What's that?
It's basically exploiting like the attraction. I look at it like sugar. You know what I mean? Like sugar is exploiting our sort of natural proclivities for wanting to eat that. Sugar cane is good. Mangoes are good. Then there's white crystal sugar that is like that times like, a lot. And you can make all these concoctions that really can be addictive in a way that's bad for you that maybe the whole fruit isn't. And same thing with these kind of strategies, right? Because women have it on the other side. I've always said Andrew Tate is like the Barbie ideal, but for men. And Barbie was this kind of almost, like hyper real sort of version of a woman, if we're going to be honest. And that's why in the Barbie movie, so many women, when Barbie went to the real world, I got to do an analysis on the Barbie movie. Were upset with Barbie because she had made a standard that was so high that they couldn't reach. And when they were little girls, they dreamed of being Barbies. And then when they hit puberty, basically, they realized they weren't Barbie and they were pissed off about it and sad, So a lot of them had these kind of, anxieties and whatever. That's kind of the movie right there. Andrew Tate is like a similar thing, you know what I mean? So there's all this super stimuli going on. Peter Wright has an article about like, I can't remember what the word was, like super stimuli, and about how, especially women will do certain things to kind of really leverage that and exploit that. Men, I think you can say, are doing that with this advice in a way. MCD says real woman equals births and be quiet. Okay. Luke Nielsen says a real man is an adult male human. End of line. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you, man. That's exactly what it is. Anyone says a real man is trying to manipulate you. Suvaya, performative masculinity, perfect term. Shout out to Suvaya in the chat. And I know you told me how to say that a couple weeks ago, so I hope it's not Suvia. Shout out to Suvia. Michael Sand says, I am not red pill. I am biblical. And Michael saying, I'm going to say, okay, as distinct from TradCon biblical, you're like biblical, you're like Old Testament biblical. Now, I think you probably wouldn't characterize yourself like that. But, bride price, I think, is your way of seeing things, that's a lot of Old Testament right there, too. Maybe there's some in New Testament. I don't actually know. But, it's not what we see after a lot of that stuff is written and, penned. Talut Bura says artificial neoteny. Okay, yes, that's one of the terms, or I think that's what it is. Sexual super stimuli. That was the one I was trying to remember. Thank you, man. Gamer says I hate the real man speak to. Trying to control excuse me, I can't, man, what's going on with me? I hate the real man speak to. Trying to control your narrative, your internal narrative. Toxic mind virus. Yeah, and there's something in that word narrative, and whether we like to admit it or not, we live our lives based off of narratives that we have. We tell ourselves maybe not just one story, but many stories, and it's a very human thing, and that's why we have different mythoses out there, religions that have different stories that inform and our behavior. And sometimes it's hard to imagine if there's anything that really lays beyond that. And maybe it's just so fundamental that you need stories, whether it's creating a new story or whatever it happens to be, or an old story needs to be updated a little bit. I don't know. But, there has been myths and there have been myth makers. as long as humans have been alive, and that sort of governs where our consciousness to something. It's almost like you can almost go right up to it and touch the bounds almost that, you know, it's like dreams surround our consciousness, and you need to have these group dreams that are there. We all live within them in a way. Michael Sand says, I went to Bible college. Shout out to Bible college. Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, you definitely seem very learned on a lot of the stuff you share, so we appreciate that. Male Space says, Chris Williamson, another Gen X talking head who knows men are in trouble, but never drums up even one solution. I really think we're going to need to react to the Chris Williamson video from today for next week. I mean, a lot can happen in a week, but we might need to do that. In the vein of Scott, of Galloway, Peterson, and Molyneux. Yeah, Scott Galloway, man. Scott Galloway. Gamer, we are language animals. Stupid and crazy monkeys on keyboards. Now, actual monkeys, shout out to all the animals out there, man. Animals are juiced in, you know what I'm saying? They're what nature, man. The instincts are all juiced in. Us, on the other hand, man, we're out here flying blind, man. We're out here looking by firelight in the nighttime. You know, so humans, man. Humans. Sue Rhymes, what duh? Not sure what that is. Okay. Okay, Suvaya. Stupid and crazy. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, so. Hey, you know what? You know what that reminds me of, that comment of yours? You ever heard the thing where people are like, if you have an infinite amount of monkeys typing on keyboards for an infinity amount of time, eventually you will get the works of Shakespeare? I actually don't believe that's true. And I might, you know, maybe I'm wrong. So maybe the philosophers out there got something to say about that, or the logicians. I just don't believe that's true. I think you'll just have an infinite amount of time of monkeys typing an infinite amount of gibberish. I don't think you're going to get the works of Shakespeare with an infinite amount of monkeys jamming on typewriters. I think you're going to get a bunch of poop in the hand. You're going to get poop on the typewriter. You're going to get some stuff typed out, but it's really just going to be nonsensical gibberish, even if it goes on for an infinity. So that's where I'm at on that. MCD says, Chris Williamson is a single and childless 38-year-old millennial. Really? I don't know why. I don't know why I'm so surprised by that, but I'm a little surprised by that. I don't know. He just seems so well put together. You know what I mean? He's just like, oh, like, well, I'm totally not aware of any of these things. Why don't you tell it to me? And everything's going fine for me. I don't know. That was, well, you know, hey, I was wrong. I mean, I didn't know. I never thought about if he was married or not, but that surprises me a bit there. How you say my name? Okay. Suvaya. Got it. Savaya. Sue rhymes with, okay. I get it now. Savaya. Thank you. I was thinking it was the end part. Savaya. Okay. Michael saying, tradcons are not biblical. They don't base their beliefs on the Bible. They base their beliefs on what the church says, not the Bible. Then they use the Bible to justify their talking points. Tulip Bora. Okay. Is it true, by the way, if you assume truly random typing in infinity is possible? I don't believe they would type randomly either. They'd probably just button mash. Yeah, I mean, listen, even if their fingers were hitting the things, there's no governing principle there. Like, why would there be a great Shakespearean work to come out of these random monkeys typing? I don't buy that. I think it's just going to be a bunch of just random generated nothingness for an infinity of time. So anyways.
That is a biological phenomenon that says that males and females look very different, but not in all ways. Like, for example, the peacock, the male, is the one with the bright plumage, right? And so, whereas the peahen, the female, doesn't have that. And so
man, that's what they call the other ones, huh? Peahen. Oh, that makes sense. Peacock. I never realized it.
The attraction between peacocks and peahens is based on that plumage, because it's one way in which the males and females really differentiate themselves from each other. So
yeah, I mean, another dimorphia is this one right here. Let me see if I can pull that up for y'all. I literally was going to watch this later just because I saw this and I was like, this looks interesting. Hey, maybe we can watch this, guys, and it'll give us some insight into modern dating. I don't know. What do you guys think? This could be a fantastic, this could be a fantastic video where maybe we can learn something. So I'll put that out there. That's some dimorphism going on there too. Luke Nielsen says, there wouldn't be a work. They are saying that the number of letters would eventually be typed that you could put together the work. I mean, but if it's not put together, then it's still not the work. I guess you'd have to put it together. I don't know. I don't buy it, Luke, but I appreciate you trying to explain it to me. Maybe I'm just really missing something. That looks like a horror show for Halloween. It absolutely does. That reminds me, Sassy, I gotta buy Arachnophobia on DVD if I can find that. I remember that movie from back in the day.
Makes sense to stress the most visible, obvious differences from a biological perspective between men and women to make that contrast more visible.
So I might get really big bicep muscles because that's one of the big sort of differences, and she might get a boob job.
Sure. I mean,
gosh, from biceps to a boob job. I guess you could be using steroids for those biceps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the, on some level, issues with respect to some of the gender conversations these days.
They say that for makeup. I mean, I remember like Jordan Peterson. I can't remember where he talked about that. I think it was literally his interview with Kathy Griffin, or I can't remember what her name was, the Channel 5 lady. I don't remember what her name was. Kathy Newman, I think. And I think he was talking about like makeup and how women wear makeup is made to accentuate certain things about that.
Which is that when you move further away from these really obvious sexual signals, it's harder to kind of even see you. It's like, well, what are you and what do you want and what are you putting yourself out there for? Like it becomes more individualistic, it becomes more custom tailored, which is harder to see at a distance. And it's really important on some level to be able to kind of see things at a distance, because there's an opportunity cost to approaching. If I'm going up to you and talking to you and learning more about you, I'm not doing that with anybody else, at least for this moment in time, right? And so I kind of want to feel like there's a reasonable hope that if I go here, I might find something that I want or what I like, versus this is just curious. I don't know what this is. The vast majority of people don't have the time and the energy to really explore and entertain their curiosity. They go where they need to go or they want to go.
So,
oh, cool. You're analyzing that are humans peacock or robins? Oh, from Peter Wright article against male disposability. Yeah, I know he's written on it. Luke says, oh, you got it. There could never be a mash piece. You actually do understand. All right. Okay. Heck yeah, man. Shout out. I appreciate that. Coffee Enjoyer says, I agree. It's like saying just because you know all the existing musical notes, you can compose like Bach or something. Yeah. And you know, I think that was a thing like atheists would say in like debates with religion people, which I haven't watched for like since YouTube was new, frankly. But it'd be like, well, you know, essentially all this comes out from like random chaos or whatever. You know, I don't know. Whatever their point was, I think they would bring up that sort of imagery or metaphor or whatever to say, well, yeah, you can get these things out of just a bunch of randomness. But I don't actually buy that. And you know, so it's just, I think it gives a different perspective on the idea of divinity or some kind of supernatural force or something that comes in here and maybe sets us on the path to creating great works versus just mashing on typewriters.
Going back to that starting point then, one of the things that's emerged as a solution to men, I guess, feeling lost about what it is to be a man is this performative masculinity. In there, we put people like, you know, I've heard you talk about Andrew Tate.
So guys, we got performative masculinity. Does anybody want to put in the chat maybe some possible performative femininity? Like, what does performative femininity looks like? I immediately think of cosplayers, you know what I mean? But I wonder how you guys would see that. Okay, he brought up Andrew Tate. Well, there we go.
Performative masculinity. In there, we put people like, you know, I've heard you talk about Andrew Tate being...
I don't think I've ever talked about Andrew
Oh, really?
Tate.
I thought it was on one of your videos.
That's kind of an interesting thing he just did there. Did you guys notice that? Maybe I'm just breathing into it and I'm not being fair with him. But it's like he wanted to say, we're talking about performative masculinity, and so you can put in there Andrew Tate. He wanted to say that as his opinion. But then he stopped himself and he says, I think you say Andrew Tate instead he put that into Sycax's speech and dialogue instead of him saying, I'm saying this is Andrew Tate. Hold on, maybe I just didn't hear right. Let's listen to this.
Things that's emerged as a solution to men, I guess, feeling lost about what it is to be a man is this performative masculinity. In there, we put people like...
See, he's going to say, we put people...
You know, I've heard you talk about Andrew Tate.
I've heard you talk about Andrew Tate. I don't know. It sounds like... whatever. Maybe it's nothing.
I don't think I've ever talked about Andrew
Oh, really?
Tate.
I thought it was on one of your videos.
See that?
That I saw on TikTok or something. Would you fit him in the category of performative masculinity?
Okay, whatever.
I would fit him in the category
I
of a
don't know.
personality who's come to the forefront to help men who might be lost and confused to find their way in navigating the current sexual marketplace.
See, okay, well, he didn't exactly want to go there either. I think Sycax is a sharp enough guy to be able to understand that someone like Andrew Tate represents a kind of hyperbole, or is a cartoonish figure. He's a cartoonish sort of representation of what masculinity is. You know, I'm 6 foot something and this and the sunglasses inside and the Bugattis and the me jet skiing with the drone following around me in some amazing place and the webcam, you know, workers and the this and the that and the done up whatever. Like, there's definitely an element of performative masculinity there. You know, even the way he talks and then, you know, while he's on, and that all that is a performance. You know, hey, yeah, shout out to him and his performances. But I think he just probably doesn't want to go there.
Absolutely.
So he's
To find their way in navigating the current sexual marketplace. Absolutely.
So he's offering a solution to navigating the current
Yes.
sexual market.
See, I think he kind of seen Andrew Tate as a performative masculinity person, but Sycax doesn't really seem to be going there.
Yeah. And what do you think of that solution?
I haven't followed Andrew Tate very closely. I've watched just a few of his clips. I think he talked about acting in a way in such that your ancestors would be proud if they were watching you. And I was like, that's a pretty good piece of advice.
Okay, so you know, sounds like he's taking a more neutral position on this.
I actually follow very few content creators online because I'm trying to keep my content as original as possible.
I've heard that from other folks. Coach Greg Adams, I think, may have, if I remember correctly, may have mentioned that. But a lot of these folks are so busy making content, they don't got time to watch other stuff. And I think there is something to where he's saying there, to what he's saying. I don't think, you know, it might be worth watching some stuff sometimes, but like as far as really following people, I can give him that.
To necessarily just do reactions to other folks. He's clearly a problematic character. Like, I think that he was indicted for sex trafficking in Europe, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
So I don't know the full story, but clearly he was both loved and hated, that's for sure.
I really want to just close off on the point about the world that men find themselves in before we move to the world that women find themselves in, and then try and tackle some of those problems. So they're lost in terms of understanding what masculinity is. We know that they're finding it.
You know what's funny is this is framed. Oh, come on, man, stop blinking. This is framed as men are having trouble understanding what masculinity is. It seems to be, but why? But you know, is he asking the question? Are women having trouble understanding what femininity is? I think if you paint the picture as women are comfortable, they're happy where they are, which I don't even know if that's true. Then are women having a simultaneous struggle with what femininity is? And if the answer is no, because society is okay with women stepping outside of their role, but when men are having trouble, the language is more about, okay, what is masculinity? How do you be masculine? You know, be more masculine. I don't know. It's a strange thing. I wonder if they will discuss women and femininity. And as we know, the sort of femininity archetype has been, well, it's been deconstructed, at least, you know, methodically, whether with feminism or whatever it's happened to be for the last, you know, 200 years, whatever. Femininity, the role has been deconstructed. So, okay, are men really asking what is masculinity, or are they asking what's the point of doing this? Considering that, you know, the princess, or what from a romantic chivalry start, which that's a fail too. But whatever the women were supposed to be doing on their side aren't doing that. So I don't know. Performative femininity, is wearing white on their wedding day. Performative femininity, I'm not that kind of girl. Performative femininity, shout out MCD. The girlfriend experience. Oh my God, the girlfriend experience. Shout out Giovanni. Luke Nielsen says, I believe Andrew Tate is controlled opposition, allowing for the straw man to be used to dismiss real men's issues. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, in that sense, you know, I think there are a few times where he referred to himself as a men's rights activist. It's like, he's like, I'm the biggest men's rights activist in the world. And it's like, no, I don't think that's the case. Performative masculinity, plausible deniability, pretending to have a low body count. If you want to understand femininity, look how transvestites act and dress. They dress more like women than women do. Okay. Klaus. Oh, that's an interesting point there. Yeah, because they're playing the role of what they understand women to be. Interesting. Lauren Southern. Performative femininity, makeup. Wow, MCD's got a lot of them. Tradcon cosplayer women. Men are deleting themselves in record numbers too, so we are not happy either. Very true. Performative femininity requires a dowry. Absolutely.
No dowry. It's my right.
To find dates. They're finding it harder to have sort of sexual relationships. Is there anything else that I need to understand about the man in the current social climate?
Well, I think the problem for the vast majority of men, especially young men, is their invisibility. Most men are wallpaper, and the world does not treat men very well when they want nothing from them. I talk about that in the very first pages of the book, that to understand why some people are rich in relationship opportunities, whether they're romantic, professional, friendship, etc., and other people are not, it's not correct to say that it's the good people who have relationship opportunities or the virtuous people. It's the people that other people want things from that have relationship opportunities. If you have more of what other people want more, you are going to have relationship opportunities throughout your lifespan. And that's very difficult, because imagine being an 18-year-old man who have no money and you've never had money. You may not have a job. You may never have had a job. So you have no skills.
I can hear MCD saying, except Chad.
You're kind of invisible to women because you don't have yet
I can hear marriage causes divorce saying, except Chad.
anything that women might find conducive for a long-term relationship. If
you know, the crazy part about this is like, I get what he's saying, but then at the same time, women will choose men that have none of those things and have a child and do all these things. And then suddenly all that goes out the window.
you're cute, they might hook up with you.
There you
but
go.
if you're not even that, I mean, why
They'll do a lot more than that. They'll do a lot more than that.
waste their opportunity? Why waste their time when there are other more attractive options available? And you're also kind of useless to most men because you don't yet have the skills and the experience to be a good team player. Like, I wouldn't want you on my squad if you've never been out in the field. You're going to be a liability. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to carry your ass off the field.
That's true. I mean, I guess I don't think he's wrong there. When I think about that, I mean, at the same time, like somebody with less amount of skills, I mean, that's, I don't know. You know, it depends how good of a trainer you can be to make somebody useful. Part of me always thought, like, you know, like as far as being like a successful person, on the one hand, you can do a job really well. You know, the other thing then beyond that is like having a skill, being good at it, is then managing people who can do that job and that skill, and helping people be better at doing their skills. And then, you know, then you can be a business owner or something like that.
So you can't be here either. And that creates obviously the catch-22, which is, well, where am I going to get the experience if no one gives me a shot? It's actually very difficult to be a young man. You don't have what either women or more experienced men want or need, and you're generally very disposable. And unfortunately, we've seen that. I mean,
you know, the other thing that comes to my mind too is that, like, you know, people don't want to grow together. And when it comes to something like the dowry, you know.
Your dowry. It's my right.
It was like a kind of seed money that really helped the new young couple grow and get on. It's like putting all the water and the sunlight and stuff on this seed of a couple here or whatever. And then, you know, the guy grows into himself to who he's going to be. And it's like, if you marry a woman young with a significant dowry that helps get you on your feet, you know, it would be crazy to think, oh, well, this, you know, I don't owe, you know what I mean? Or like, I shouldn't provide or whatever the heck it happens to be. Cause you're going to remember they helped you out in the beginning a lot to become who you are. And that was a good marriage pairing right there. You know, you had potential, but they invested in you basically. But now it's just like, well, we don't want to invest in our marriage to make it something good. It's like, we want you to already have that thing. And if you're a guy and you figured out how to get all this stuff on your own and nobody helped you, like, you know, it's going to be a tough sell to you to want to be monogamous with some woman, especially if she doesn't come with anything. That's why, you know, a lot of this is one of the major issues is, how do you wrangle the high value, high status guys into monogamy? One of the biggest problems that these people have, especially the people who are huge proponents of monogamy, is how do you wrangle that guy into it? Not the guys who aren't getting any, but the guy at the top who's taking it all for themselves. The answer used to be this.
Your dowry. It's my right.
Because it would be irrational, especially if there's somebody with a dowry offering you some commensurate amount with who you are in your station. It would be stupid not to take the deal. But if you don't have any incentive like that, why should they take the monogamy deal? I mean, the only other thing that you have is maybe a kind of spiritual I don't know what the word is, chastising or whatever. And that's what tradcons have been trying to do. You know, guilt tripping, might be a little bit of gaslighting in there. Maybe some sharp words, things like that. And that's not really been working. It's not really been working. So how do you wrangle that guy into a monogamous position to then set the market, you know, to something that makes more sense for people going down the line? I think this has a lot to do with it.
Your dowry. It's my right.
MCD says, performative femininity. Girl, you are so brave to wear such revealing clothes given your size. I'm not that secure. Oh, man.
Young men have a very high mortality rate in all kinds of ways. They were shipped off to wars. You talked about the suicide epidemic among older men. Well, it's also very high among adolescent boys as well. It's hard to be a young man.
I remember one of my guests.
It's true about adolescence. You know what? This is going to be a tough question for the folks, but I am curious. How many people know a man who has, I don't know, deleted themselves? ? Just even in the chat here, I'm curious.
Telling me that about a study where they analyzed the suicide letters of men and they looked at the words used versus the words used in female suicide letters. And
Crap, I asked that question really wrong. I meant to say, do you know? Just do you know, not how many. Do you know? All right, so that's what makes it a yes or no. Sorry, guys.
The most sort of frequent sentiment, they analyzed the suicide letters of men and they looked at the words used versus the words used in female suicide letters. And the most sort of frequent sentiment amongst those letters was about feeling worthless, feeling like you weren't needed. And the guest on the podcast concluded that really what we needed to find a way is to send a message to men that you're needed.
See, I don't know about that talk. I think that talk gets that sounds a little too close to, let's just go ahead and file you back into the Tradcon plantation. Like, it seems like a kind of, I'm not going to say this guy specifically, but when I hear stuff like that, it sounds like fake caring. Like, oh, well, you just want to sound needed, which means like you just want to be put to work to know how to work harder so that you can pay for things for people. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems a little like I can't trust it. That's my feeling on that. Elon and Leonardo will never settle down. I've known several. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Those guys are. I don't know. Leonardo, maybe. Elon, I do not know. I mean, that guy is the tippity top. And even then, you know, even with, I don't know. I mean, you're probably right about that. I've known several, even attempted it myself. Hey, man, welcome in, Benji. Great to see you in here, man. Shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, the poll's looking pretty high right now, man. And you know, thanks for, you know, for being honest and sharing that. That's a tough thing, man. And you know, I'm glad that Psychax mentioned it's a thing for young men. Like, there's a lot of young men that feel that statistic because, man, that age from like 18 to 29 is really tough for young guys. It is a dark place to be for a lot of guys. And man, you know, it's important to just keep persevering through that, you know, and it probably seems hopeless. And it's a freaking dark pit of despair. But I know a lot of men are going through it, especially at that age. Sassy Attitude says, of the people we knew, how many of them were because of terrible women? Yes. Oh, you mean if I asked a poll question like that? Oh, that's sad. Yeah, I didn't want to make it like, I didn't want to like, you know, I was wondering if he was gonna say that, but then I was like, oh, you know, I don't know. I didn't want to like put the blame or anything, but you know. Giovanni English says, I assume those who attempted it count. So yes. Okay, yeah, you know, I think attempts could belong in there. I don't know. Coffee Enjoyer says, no, guys don't just want to feel needed. It has to be worth the effort in the first place. Exactly. Yeah, so when I hear that talk, I'm like immediately suspicious. MCD says, men's and women's deletions are very different. Men's deletions tend to relate to losing their kids and house and divorce. Women is more emotional. Yeah, I mean, and I know women obviously do too. The thing I've heard about them is that they attempt more or something. They attempt it, but they don't often go through with it, or they're not successful with it. So, you know, we were talking earlier, but it's just like both sides of the aisle here don't seem to be very, you know, happy, I guess. I don't know. I feel bad saying that. Women attempt much more than men. Okay, that's what I had. That was my understanding. Luke Nielsen says, the first time I wanted to end, it was from suffering from PTSD. The second was divorce. Man, that is freaking tough right there, man. Shout out to you for being here, man. We are blessed to have you with us, man. Absolutely. Women do it for attention. Men do it for results. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. It's like most of y'all voted. 73% say yes. Yep. And that sounds about right. You know, even myself, there's a couple folks I can think of things that I've seen or witnessed. Yeah. MS says, I'd say, shout out to you, MS. I'd say ages 15 to 29 are usually very dark phases for men, especially in our modern gynocentric feminist culture. Yeah, definitely nowadays. Sassy Attitude says, I don't know. The only time it crossed my mind was at month 4 and 6 of spinal migraines. I've never even heard of a spinal migraine in my life. I'm gonna look that up, Sassy. I'm gonna look that up just for the education. But it does sound very, very bad. Spinal migraine, man. While migraines are typically associated with the head, back, or spine, back or spine pain can trigger or worsen them. Spinal headaches, a specific type of headache caused by leakage of cerebrospinal fluid after procedures like lumbar punctures, can also mimic migraine symptoms. Wow. Additionally, cervicogenic headaches originating from the neck and upper spine can be mistaken for migraines due to similar system. Man, that sounds terrible. Well, I hope that's not something you're struggling with now. Hope you're feeling better there. Shout out to you. A Murder of Crows says, as per usual, men make things happen. Michael Sand says, I wonder what Andrew Wilson believes about dowry. I don't know. That's a good question. You know, I don't know if you were here, but Rachel Wilson had graced our chat with her presence once. This was a few months ago, and they're busy folk, you know, but she did mention that she was gonna, you know, circle back here and get something planned with me. So waiting patiently on that. You know, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. I'd like to think it will. So, you know, if I have a conversation with her, you know, maybe we'll be able to hear that someday, Michael. Maybe we'll be able to hear that. MCD says Andrew Wilson loves doing collabs with small channels, Shah. That you know, I think it's a discussion worth having. Whoever's willing to have the dowry conversation, I think it's a fun one, at least for the education piece. I mean, I think you know, people's audiences would appreciate that. I have a discussion coming up with a smaller channel. That's on the 9th. I'll be filming that. So, you know, again, and, you know, shout out to Pearl again for putting that discussion out there. Also, it's complicated. It's complicated made an episode, What is a Dowry? And he featured me in it, which is a big blessing. Paul Elam, of course. So all these things that are there, I mean, they've just been slowly kind of moving through the space. And Pearl made a ton of shorts. Her team did a fantastic job just putting things out there. So, I mean, you know, I think maybe enough ears may have heard a little bit about it to where they're curious. Giovanni says, facts. Man, that makes me want to pull up Dontavius right now. Like when I think about the dowry stuff and the content and the conversations, this is what I think about right here. I wake up every morning and I'm like, man, what would Dontavius say about the dowry?
Hey, yo, Dontavius.
Yeah,
What's today's quote of the day?
you gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl, just stay gaming.
Exactly. That's where we're at. Let's do one more. Benji says, yeah, your stream is cool. You've got a great setup. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It was all accumulated one child support check at a time. You know, I'd get paid from child support and I'd be like, you know what? I've saved up enough. Maybe I'll get this microphone. Or maybe I'll get this, you know, little scene, the stream deck right here for more seamless. And it was just one step at a time. One step at a time, man. And slowly, you know, I'll get that camera right there. Or I'll get that camera right there. Or even, oh, my Skycam's not there. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe it's not working now. Oh, well. Yeah, it's just, you know, just takes time.
And it's a strange thing to say, but it correlates perfectly.
But not time in the sense of an infinite amount of monkeys banging on an infinite amount of typewriters. Time with intention. So intention, direction, vision, all that's important. Klaus says, if you're good with Pearl, you'll never get a discussion with Rolo. He hates her. Oh, I forgot about that. That's right. That I remember him saying in an episode, anybody who worked with Pearl, like he would never work with. So, oh, there goes that. That's convenient. Michael saying, he said something like that. I remember Michael saying, says, what do tradcons believe about dowry? Michael, brother, I don't even think tradcons know what the word dowry is, frankly. It was fun watching the setup come to life on one purchase at a time. Yeah, Sassy was there the whole way. She saw the whole thing. She saw like the entire background change for everything. That's, man, I rarely stream on Twitch. Like if I do video games, I will. Metal Gear Solid Delta, the remake of 3, I actually bought that on Steam a few months back, and it was on pre-order. It's coming out, so I will do a Twitch stream soon this month. But I think Twitch was really good for me because it helped me just get comfortable with streaming in general. So by the time I started streaming on YouTube, I was a little bit more like, I had a little bit of experience in it. So I'm grateful for that. Luke Nielsen says, you need to stay streaming, bro. Don't pay no never mind to no girl. Exactly. Just stay talking about the dowry, man. Just don't focus on no love matches, man. Just stay talking about the dowry. Facts indeed. Deny all knowledge of Pearl if you want to. No, I can't do that. You know, Pearl was very fair to me, very kind to me. I would not sit there and pretend like I didn't know, you know, and I get what you're saying. I get it. You know, it's for the conversation, but I would have to be honest about that. Because she said what she was going to do. She did that. And I think she's been very fair. So I would have to be honest. I would have to be honest about that. Giovanni says, I came from seeing you on the It's Complicated and Pearl shorts. I'm immensely grateful. Thank you, man. Oh, that's good to know. For some reason, I thought you came from Coach Greg Adams.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy manifest.
That's my, so anybody who follows on, I still have it set up on my OBS. Anybody who follows on my Twitch account, it automatically, that's like my graphic from like years ago. And I never turned that off, but it's still connected. It's all connected to the same thing. Klaus says, what's going on with YouTube today? Looks like I'm on the bad guy list again. Only some of my comments are coming through. I'm not seeing anything on my end. Did you write anything in there that you think it would have wanted to censor it? If it does anything, man, just reach out to me on Discord. We'll get you and, you know, get you out of YouTube jail, so to speak. God forbid, man. What's YouTube doing out there? Come on, YouTube. Michael Sayan says, Michael Knowles said the prenup invalidates the sanctity of marriage. It's complicated channel asked if dowry was a form of prenup on his channel. There's no way, I would doubt that dowry would invalidate the sanctity of marriage given how long it was practiced. In many different European, you know, in Christian countries too. So like when it comes to that Michael Knowles discussion specifically, I think a prenup is just something.
Gentlemen, this
shout out Pepito.
Democracy manifest.
Thank you, sir. If you use Twitch, man, we'll get some gaming going on there. I've thought about doing gaming on this channel. I just don't want to like mix the content because we kind of got something going on over here. Even though Don Tavius did tell us to stay gaming, but it's gonna have to be on Twitch for me. But you know, Michael, I think the dowry inherently, I don't want to say a dowry has a prenup, but I want to say a prenup has a little bit of a dowry spirit in it. Because a prenup at least acknowledges that you guys are not on the same footing as far as what you're bringing to this marriage financially goes. The dowry conversation inevitably involves having that conversation, which is what a prenup conversation kind of does nowadays. I think the reason he might have said it invalidates the sacrament for Catholic folks, at least I think that's for him, is that it is like planning for a divorce or something about the intention there. But I don't know. Caesar Quintana explained it to me, and he said that that's not true, that it doesn't invalidate the sacrament there for the folks. So I think there's some debate on that. Giovanni says, I'm Cotton Eye Joe. Shout out to Shah. Hey, man, shout out, Giovanni. Thank you, man. We're going to get some fun streams. Hopefully Raymond and I do a model kit stream. He's probably sleeping now because my streams start so late for him. Toulouse says, men like Rollo don't want to touch the subject on fixing the problem. He just want to sell men the archetype of the alpha male and to heck with the common man. You know, I get it. You know what I mean? That's a lot of it. A lot of people, that side of it was always just about, you know, men wanting to get laid. And then it really like got bad when it was just like, I don't know, I'd say during like the peak of like what I call the red pill rage days, you know what I mean? Which was like the big panel shows and the high value man and all that stuff. But yeah, alpha beta is, I don't know, something about that. I know what you're saying, man. It's a little like weird. Klaus definitely isn't banned on the channel. Okay. Yeah. Good. Yeah. I know it is. I don't know why it's giving you a hard time, Klaus. It's not on your end. I've had this problem on another stream too. Okay. It might just be like YouTube stuff. Like, you know, I don't know. I can't remember. I've never like changed the censorship levels on this. So I think it's just whatever YouTube standard comment censorship is what it is. I found you on your first discussion with Pearl about child support. Was the first time I've watched Pearl too. Just came up on my recommendations. Wow, that's crazy, man. That's another thing. And Pearl gave me the shot too for the interview with child support the first time, you know. So that's all fun stuff. You know, it's just like when I went to LA, the conversation was supposed to be about child support. But when I got there, Pearl had actually watched some of my recent stuff and she was very interested in the dowry. So we went from child support to talking about the dowry. So I didn't go there exactly preparing to speak about the dowry because I was so busy preparing about child support stuff. But I was still very grateful that we spoke about the dowry because it gave a large platform to put it out there. Like, it would be cool to have went over there and been like, hey, here's the newspaper articles. Here's excerpts from some of these things and be able to show it on the screen. I don't know if she really does that on her sit-down interviews though, but it worked out. I mean, it worked out fine. And like, I wasn't tripping because it was like, when I knew she wanted to talk about the dowry, like I'd been talking about, like, dude, I would talk to somebody at a bus stop about the dowry for 4 hours if I, you know, if they showed interest. So I was just like, heck yeah, we can talk about the dowry. Every marriage has a prenup. The state's law is a form of prenup for the wife. Shout out to you, man. That's true. Well, by that logic, MCD, then the sanctity of marriage has been violated for pretty much all those. You can either use the state's gynocentric prenup or craft your own fair prenup. Thank you for checking. Appreciate it. The labels, they're BS. It's all dependent upon the idea manipulation of the person using it. Also, it's contextual. I've told you before, I can show you examples of leadership alpha behavior. Yeah, I remember that, man. And I agree with that also. And beta, depending on position and expertise. All right, let's move in.
What you were saying.
The message sounds good, but it would be better to actually have opportunities to be needed than to be told that you are needed and that you are valued and that you are cared for. That's a nice emotional sentiment that doesn't...
I'm glad he's saying that. I'm glad he's saying that.
Really keep the demons away at night. People need to feel connected to other people. They need to feel like they have a place in the world. And it can take quite some time to discover that.
I agree with him about that. Humans are a social animal. And I do like the way he's putting it there. It's not like just jump on the TradCon plantation. I like that he uses the word discover that and kind of creating your own role and place in the world.
One of the traps that I fell into when I was a young man is I thought that I could figure that out by just sort of like noodling it out alone in my room. Like I was trying to figure out what I wanted my life to be about, what the purpose of my life was going to be before I even left the house. And I wasted a lot of time in fruitless rumination that way. It's much better to discover your purpose in life by moving through the world and examining your choices in retrospect.
I like what he's saying there. It's like you have to confront the uncertain world, and you will discover things you never expected to discover. This is where, like, this always reminds me about like a one-itis conversation. Like you're just falling hard for some woman that you have a huge crush on, and it's just like, that's just like a part of your imagination, and you're afraid to leave the security of that idea or of that story you're telling yourself. And it's like, if you would just go out there and confront the world, you are going to meet women out there in the plural that you're going to be like, wow, you know, I'm so glad that I was looking, I took my eyes off of this to see what else was out there. Some people might have a romantic notion of wanting to be something when they grow up, but there's all these other career paths you could choose if you would just look outside of the story you're telling yourself for a bit. Benji says, I don't agree. The labels are BS. I'm Sigma. It's a quick way of describing it.
It's like you only really get to discover who you are by examining and understanding your revealed preferences based on your behavior as you move through the world. It's very easy to think of yourself in all kinds of ways when you're untested, when you're untried, when you're in the morally ambiguous situations in which human beings find themselves as they navigate reality.
Are you saying that the evidence you're looking for or the answers you're looking for come from...
Taking action. Absolutely. They don't come from thinking it out. They often don't come from therapy. And that might sound weird coming from a therapist, but
What do you guys think I'm glad he says that about therapy. Yeah, I mean, people sell therapy like it's a freaking, a cure-all. It's almost like charlatan, the level that they do that. I'm curious what you guys think about the idea, because he says take action. And I agree with that. If you don't take action and don't, you know, jump into life like Mario does into a painting, how much of that involves maybe doing something that is outside of your belief system? I don't want to necessarily say against your belief, but it could be. Maybe, like, you know, there's this thing even I think about. If something is not going so right and you've been living like it for so long, when is it time to abandon that prior belief system and do something that's outside of it? You know, it almost reminds me of like MGTOW or something. Guys who sort of walk off, maybe I'm mischaracterizing MGTOW a little bit, but guys who, you know, walk off and they decide to live life outside of whatever the prescribed masculine role is, which was based on a belief set of what the masculine role is. And maybe that's what it takes to discover yourself and find a place in the world and ultimately be happier in that way.
I do think that we live in a very overly therapized culture with the understanding that therapy is somewhat of a panacea in that it
Yes. Oh gosh, he just said, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's almost like he used the word panacea, which I think has more positive connotation. I'm using the word basically snake oil. But you know, there's just, it's kind of like this lazy ant. So, you know, when I worked at child support, there used to be this coworker I had. And I love this guy, man. Shout out to this guy. This guy was a good guy, man. But like, he'd been there so long, you know, he was just tired of it. Which, frankly, me after 5 years, you know, I get it. And when people would come in, you know, child support all becomes kind of the same story. Man and woman meet, they have a kid, they don't want to be together. They're in 2 different households now. Anyways, when people would start telling them like the whole story, like he had no interest in hearing the story. He was just sick of it. And he came up with this idea where he would just be like, oh, you know, you guys might want to just get some counseling. Yeah, you know, well, yeah, I would just might want to just get some counseling. That could really help. So like, basically that was his way of just saying, just stop talking to me. You know, I don't care, basically. And I feel like a lot of people do that. Well, like, oh, what, have you gotten therapy? You know what I mean? Or it's just like, oh, you should get therapy. It's like people that they don't want to think about it. You know, it's just like this easy solution they can just throw out a bit. Like, whoa, oh, you guys should definitely get therapy. Just make sure to get therapy. You go to couples counseling, just get therapy. You know, it's where it's just like, it's just overprescribed. Therapy is a scam. You can only abandon the prior belief system after trauma. So you would say, I mean, you know, that kind of makes me think of like initiation rituals for different cultures where like, you know, it's like putting your hand in the, you know, like those ants in the glove and they all bite you and it really hurts. Like you got to be shocked out of your old belief system. So you're saying sort of like once something bad happens, well, that's what happens to a lot of us, right? You get heartbroken. You got burned in that relationship. It really sucks. I think a lot of young people, I always say it, you know, like if you get your heart broken early on, like you're lucky. Like if you're not leveraged into the situation, you guys don't have kids, you don't have property, and you get your heart broken, like you're blessed, man. You know, it's going to suck for a bit. You're going to wake up a few days and you're not going to say it to yourself, but you're kind of hoping you get hit by a bus, God forbid. But then, you know, after that, it's like, okay, you learn some stuff. But if it happens later on, like the consequences are just so much more. It's a lot tougher. Only trauma can force you to get rid of your previous incorrect beliefs. You have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Very true. 2.0 is radical feminism rebranded. Marriage MCD says, so many young guys think women are wonderful. They won't listen to anyone who says otherwise. However, after the trauma of divorce, many guys change their mind. You know, that kind of reminds me of like early Red Pill on the Reddit. It had this kind of do not talk about Fight Club, you know, air about it. And a lot of it was because people would come in there like, should I try to explain this to my blue-pilled friends? Or, you know, I went out with my blue-pilled buddy that I knew since elementary school, and I tried to talk to him about this, and he just got really mad, or he just wouldn't take it seriously. So a lot of people just kind of resign themselves to just not talk about that stuff. And then, yeah, you know, when something would happen, then they'd be open to hearing about it. Typically that heartbreak or a betrayal or feeling really bad, then it's like, yeah, man, I mean, yeah, because, you know, then maybe they'd be more receptive to that. Therapy is overrated. If you have actual real issues, it is a thing. PTSD for the VA can actually be helped with therapy. But the way it's used these days, nope, it's a scam. I mean, listen, you know, I think there is something to a kind of deep work. You know, I think Carl Jung was onto something, you know, when he wrote Psychology and Alchemy, you know, fantastic book here. This was him looking at the dreams of a notable physicist in Europe over there at the time. And it's just like, there is something to that, but then I think it really did become kind of like oversold. But back then, man, that's good stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think there is something to the discipline. Klaus says going to couples therapy is like getting yourself gaslighted on purpose. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, man. I had a buddy, shout out to him. He was doing the couples therapy thing about a year ago, and he told me kind of like every step of the way how it was, and unfortunately it did not help in a situation. MCD says 100% you have to touch the stove or be shocked out of it. Young heartbreak without loss of leverage is a blessing. Very true.
Could be able to cure all that ails you. And I don't think that that's true. Therapy is very good for certain problems, and it's useless for others.
What about women?
Yeah, because certain problems require you to go out into the world and feel, you know, like so, I go on a walk. I've lost like 21 pounds in the last few months. Just going on a walk or like seeing the green is really nice. Sometimes I'll go to the archery range, and that's like really meditative. You know, it's all green out there. I went out there, or I'm just walking around the neighborhood, do some push-ups in the park or something like that. Or, you know, or even at like, not that, but just like talking with people or new people or getting deals going on, you know, like I did a job for some folks today, took some pictures for some folks for kids' 1-year-old birthday party today. Parents were happy. You know what I mean? That was something new. It was challenging for me. I was like, dang, okay, I hope I can do this. Let me make sure I got all my equipment right. Things like that, you know, just really help. Just learning new things. Giovanni says maybe if the likes of an RP guru like Rollo gets divorced, guys would wake up since Crowder wasn't enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be something. God forbid, you know, but I think I know what you mean. Just someone who really sells that. Blue pill men are never open to hearing it. That's why I no longer have any friends. There are no R pill in Britain. Oh, man. Well, hey, man, I hope you find some bud soon. You got to go over to the old tavern and have some. If I ever go to England, man, what I want to try is some authentic fish and chips. I love fish and chips. Like, and it's hard to find a good fish and chips over where I'm at. Like the ones with the peas in it. MCD says, I think therapy works with women because they like long emotional conversations. I mean, you know, that's true. And I don't like that because what they're trying to get you to do is tip your hand. And women are very good at doing that. You know, you won't, and sometimes you won't expect it, but they'll hit you with something like that to where it's just like, oh, how are you feeling? Or they're trying to get you to tell them that you have a problem with something when like you either don't have a problem or if you did, you would not tell them. You know, and I remember this one person, I remember she would call me sometimes, and she called me and she's just like, how are you doing? You know, I'm like, oh, I'm doing well. You know, just hanging out, you know, just reading a book or something. I can't remember what I was doing. And she was like, how come every time I call you, she's just like, you're either drinking tea or you're reading a book or you're on a walk. And I knew like she was just fishing for something to just open up like that would just be the beginning of opening up something I do not feel like having to deal with. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, everything's good. You know, I'm doing great over here. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're always just looking for that chink in the armor. Tulute Bora says, what? Rollo is married? Haha, must be hard to keep alpha frame the whole time. Well, yeah, he's been married for like over 20 years and his daughter's married. So, you know, when people will say red pill isn't for married guys or something, he uses that to say, you know, well, I've been married for a long time and in a closed monogamous relationship. So red pill, Chilton Manual red pill has some bearing or effect on that, you know. Therapy works for me because they don't want solutions to problems. They just want the trauma dump. Siegfried found that early on. Man, I'm not sure who Siegfried is. Sounds like a older scholar in the field. MCD says Rollo has been married 29 years. CGA and Rich Cooper were married less than 10 years. Interesting. Was CGA really married less than 10 years? I don't remember that. I don't know why. I always thought his was... Yeah, it probably was less than 10 years. I mean, especially like as far as alimony goes. Well, I mean, that's a plus, man, frankly, with the system we got. Over 10 years in California would be would be a lot rougher. Klaus says he mentioned it a lot on his streams. Oh, for Rolo, he's married for over 20 years, but to give him credit, he admitted he has no blueprint on how to do it. All right, well, shout out to him for that. The chick of yours was trawling with the wide net. Yeah, she was trying hard. And like somehow, like I somehow knew, like I had had enough experience by that time to know, like, just not to go down that road. And that was good. And that was good. So, CGA got out at 9 years and avoided permanent alimony. Shout out to CGA. He saw it coming. He was like, nope.
What are the challenges that a woman faces in the modern world because of all these sort of macro changes that have taken place?
Well, the main problem that I see women encountering, at least in my consultative practice, is they have trouble finding the men that they want to have long-term relationships with. Almost every consultation.
I think they'll say, oh, there's not enough men that's on their level or higher, or they probably just feel like they deserve something that really is above, kind of, they're swinging up.
And I've done with a woman has been around, how do I get a man to marry me? And that's also kind of strange because I would think 80, 100 years ago, that was something that that girl was being prepared for since she was a very young person.
You see how close he is? You see how close he is? He's this close to this.
Dowry, it's my right.
80 or 100 years ago, that was something you were being prepared for as a very young person. What else were they preparing there that might like be in a big chest? You know what I mean? Filled with a lot of different things in there. Gold, money.
Her mother and her grandmother and her aunts and her female relatives with whom she probably lived in close consultation.
See, I think he's looking at this is my assumption and guess. He's looking at it for more of like, yeah, they're teaching her how to be a woman. It's not just that though. They're also saving a dowry for her. And yes, this is the mom and the grandma. You remember from our clip that we watched last week from The Quiet Man, when the main lady in the movie lists out all this. I won't play it again because I know it was so loud and everybody was like, oh my God, it's so loud. It was right at like the 30. Oh gosh, I forgot where it was at. Darn. Nah, I ain't gonna find it. I think it was like 34, 38 or something. Oh, here it is. This one right here. And remember, she's talking about how she saved money from working. She got jewelry from her mom and her grandma, and her dad gave her some gold too, right? So the whole family was preparing the dowry. And it's like, I wonder, I don't know, man. The dowry is such an interesting thing because everybody in this space has been so ignorant to it. You know what I mean? And I don't want to say he doesn't know what it is, but it really seems like he just does not know what it is and how marriage transactions affect this entire thing. You know, but it's like he's circumambulating. He's circling just around this concept that's there.
And she never would have gotten to the age of 30 where this would be an open question still.
And who are you? What's your sort of, if I looked at your CV, you know, you talked about your consultative practice. What is the experiences you've had and the education you've had that have brought you to this point where you've written this book about?
Also, shout out to Diary of the CEO's channel for letting us react to this. Big shout out there. Marriage or shacking up generally is torture and means eventually being crap tested into the dirt by henpecking for everyone on the daily. Y'all are forewarned. Thank you, Murder of Crows, for giving, you know, that warning there. Talut Bura says, Mr. Paul Elam has been together with his lady for 18 years in a mutual supporting relationship. There's something to be learned there. Absolutely there is. And you know, I think that's from standing up and saying, hey, this is what I'm expecting and maintaining those expectations. I'm sure is a big part of it, but there is a lot to be learned there, I'm sure. Luke Nielsen says, a buddy of mine or two still won't learn. On their third or fourth marriage now. Gosh, yeah, gosh. I mean, I don't know what it is, man. I think, again, this goes back to the not wanting to abandon the narrative and, you know, some dogs really don't want to learn new tricks there, I guess.
Relationships and those dynamics. What is your sort of professional, personal experience?
Well, professionally, I'm a psychologist. I'm licensed in the state of California. So I went to grad school and got a doctorate in psychology. I had all kinds of training experiences while I was moving through that. I worked at a chemical dependency clinic for 2 years. I worked with cancer patients and their caregivers in a health psychology setting for a couple years. I worked with significant dysfunction in a community mental health center in San Francisco for a while. I worked in outpatient with severe personality disorders. So that was all part of my training. And then when I started my private practice, I began to focus on men's mental health. And for a long time when I was a therapist, I worked exclusively with men. That's changed a little bit now that I have a kind of a larger platform on which to reach people. But that's sort of been my professional experience.
So in your private practice, when people come to you, what are men most frequently coming to you with in terms of the problem they come with versus what women come to you with a problem with?
Well, in general, it's either money or women for men.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And this is nothing new. Like Sigmund Freud said a long time ago, that the purpose of psychoanalysis was to teach people how to work and how to love. That's it.
That's interesting from ye old Sigmund Freud. I heard he liked the white powder. Not sure how true. You know what? Let's look that up. Let's look that up. Is it true that Sigmund Freud was addicted to coke? Well, I mean, how about this? Used cocaine. I think that's okay. Well, we got PBS on this. Yes, it is true that Sigmund Freud used cocaine. In the 1880s, Freud became interested in cocaine, which was then a legal substance, being explored for its potential therapeutic uses. He experimented with the drug himself, observing that it improved his digestion and mood. He even distributed it to his friends and his future wife, touting its benefits in an 1884 paper titled On Coca, which he described as a song of praise to his magical substance. Wow. However, it led to tragic consequences when a friend whom he recommended the drug to for morphine addiction developed a cocaine addiction instead, eventually passed away. This coupled with mounting evidence. Well, okay. Well, anyways, interesting there.
If you can learn how to work and love, you can be a fairly functional human being in society and have a satisfying life.
Now, I'll be honest. I've even said to myself, maybe I've said it on stream, that like a blessed man is a guy who like does a kind of work that he loves to do. Like you do a work that you really enjoy and you're with the woman that, you know, I use the L word here, but you know, you got a job that you love and a woman that you love. And it's, I think most folks will probably be happy with that, but, anyways.
And he also said that the goal of therapy was not to cure suffering per se, which might be inseparable from the human experience, but to free human beings from neurotic, unnecessary suffering so that they are better equipped to meet the necessary suffering and pain of being alive. So he had, I think, a more attenuated vision for what therapy could do. So it's either money, work, or women, love. And what I found is that it's either one or the other. I often did consultations with guys who were super successful professionally. They were making millions, but they were in failed marriage after failed marriage, or they
sounds like Luke Nielsen's friend.
Couldn't, for the life of them, get laid, even if they were having parties with models on their super yachts. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. By the same token, there are failed marriage, or they couldn't, for the life of them, get laid, even if they were having parties with models on their super yachts. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. By the same token, there are fewer of them because they couldn't afford my out-of-pocket rate, but it's like there were some men who were just absolutely cleaning up. Like I've done some consultations, I had some patients, young men who were just like plowing through San Francisco. I mean, they had sexual success in a way that most men would just fantasize about. But they had a really hard time getting their money straight, their career.
Gosh, man. So is everybody just like miserable? Is that what's going on here? This is where Dontavius really comes in, man. This is why you gotta stay gaming and just focus on
They were super
those
stressed out. They had anxiety disorders, things like that. which is actually
Even the guys plowing through all the chicks, man, just running through it, got anxiety and all this type of stuff.
fairly ironic, because what I found is if it works in one domain, it generally works in the other.
Interesting. So if I get my work right, then I'll get my love right.
Maybe it was just those few guys who came to him, you know.
If it works in business,
if I get my work right, then I'll get my love right.
If it works in business, it often works with women.
What do you mean? Sorry.
Hey, men are in love, women are in business. Oh, maybe this has to do with that.
Well, think about it this way. Men
Shout out to
want
Coach.
sex and they want relationships from women. Women don't go around giving those things out to men just because they want them. Okay? So what's the...
See, I don't know about that.
Well, think about it this way. Men want sex and they want relationships from women. Women don't go around giving those things out to men just because they want them. Okay?
I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Because I think women will give it out when they want it. And that framing of give it out, they will go and get it when they want it. Maybe not to some people, but they definitely do want it and will go get it when they want it. Maybe culturally speaking, we don't want to accept that, but
Okay? So what's the analogous problem in the professional arena, which is I want money. Let's say you're a salesman. I want money. I have this product or I have this service.
Maybe
I want people to hire me. I want people to buy it. Well, people aren't just going around with their wallets out saying, who's going to take my money? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you have to find a way to get what you want from the people that you want it from. And a lot of the strategies that work in business to do that will work in the sexual marketplace as well.
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean, if you think about a bunch of guys who go around and saying, here, take my money so that they can, sleep with the chick or something. There are probably businesses that'll hire a pretty face or whatever. Like, hey, take my money. We need you on the team.
That's.
But I get what he's saying. I mean, I'm maybe pushing it way too far here. Women give it out to Chad all the time. Klaus says that's wrong. The Chads get it for almost free. This is just not true. When I had the Riz, I had girls driving an hour to jump on my bones. And I think we've all seen that, whether it's happened to you or it's happened to your buddies. We've all seen it on the back end somewhere. So I got a friend, man. Shout out to him, man. He really helped me through some of that dark period. But he would tell me all the time, he's like, the one thing you need to understand is that women are hornier than men. I need you to remember that. Women are hornier than men and want sex more than men. That's what he would tell me that, amongst other advice. Which frankly, I mean, looking back seems to make sense, to be honest. But like culturally, for some reason, people don't want to accept that.
That's very, very true. Because
and you know what? Women are, I mean, not to get too, you know what I mean, out of bounds here. But it's just like, just from what I've heard from women personally, like just from some of my experiences dating women, I've heard a lot of things, or, sometimes we'd get on that level where they, would just tell me stuff about what they were doing because I wasn't really coming at it from a, like I'm tripping off whatever. So they would tell me things, or I would hear things, or I would see things, and just women, like, I had kind of gone in thinking men were like the ones who could not control themselves or would do like nasty things, so to speak. And then when I really like started dating and getting experiences with women, I really learned like, there are some real like people who just can't stop, pushing the pleasure button, so to speak. I guess you'd call them nymphos. I don't know. But it was just like, oh, really? If they really are into you, they will come to you. Women are giving it to Drake raw all the time. Yeah, and then they're going back in to look for the condom that has hot sauce in it. Yeah, but I'm not a Chad. I have confidence and charisma, and I maximized myself. Murder of Crow, shout out to you, Benji, man. Shout out to you. Murder of Crow says, women would scratch my chest and shoulders asking for it. One time, a perfect stranger on an easygoing family neighborhood sidewalk. Yeah, that's where, like, because they'll say that and they'll make it seem like, well, no, but see, women expect you to have these things. And it's like, yeah, I get it, on some level, maybe when their goals change, Or maybe if like they want you as a public facing boyfriend or something that they want to introduce to their family because they got to solve that problem too. But no. And a lot of these women are doing it the other way also. So I just don't buy that, but they sell it as that like, and this comes from romantic chivalry that kind of place women as like they have like this moral superiority because of the pedestalization of romantic chivalry. Like, so because of that, somehow, I think it translates into this where like, well, we got to make sure we get what we want, and he needs to be looking at this for the long term and he needs to be a good provider or whatever the heck it is. Like somehow they just happen to be the standard or have the standard or always profess that standard. And it's not true. Like really, they're just as human as anybody else. I also think this talk about like women transacting sex and like expecting these things, it's almost like saying these are women who don't ever expect to get off during sex. So they're giving you sex so the man can get pleasured, but the woman's never really expecting to. Therefore, she requires some type of gift or whatever. You know what I mean? Man, I really need like a gong sound effect, like, and then that can be like a metaphor for like, ringing the bell, so to speak, I guess you can say. But it just sounds like that's what they're talking about when they say that, well, man needs to be a provider and all this kind of stuff. Okay, well then, you can expect if she's transacting sex and she's giving this to him as payment, it means she's not really ever enjoying it, basically. So it's like, okay, hell, I'm getting it for free now, and I'm certainly everything but a Chad. I'm just convenient for her and she for me. Hey, shout out to that. I wonder if this is the Porsche girl, the Porsche, excuse me, to all you enthusiasts out there. I still imagine Klaus just driving the Porsche and he's got like a beret on and some leather fingerless gloves, that he puts up on the steering wheel. MCD says, look up the number and some sunglasses. Look up the number of abortions. Women love it raw. That's another thing right there, man. You just reminded me. With a lot of like the past women that I've met, they were the ones who were pushing to go raw. And like me, instantly, like my child support the child support just comes in, like I just start seeing like, oh, whoa, hold on. But I was always surprised at that too, because I always thought it was guys who were pushing for that. Because that's what they make it seem like, well, you went up and you impregnated, you did all. But really, like the women would sit there and try to negotiate it. You know what I mean? And then I'd be like, okay, well, let's have the conversation. Are you on birth control? Okay, what happens if the birth control fails? Then what? You know what I mean? I would sit there, I would have that conversation with them. And some of them would be trying really hard to make that happen. Women are 100 times worse than the guys they projected upon. Absolutely. Projection. That's the word we're looking for right here. That's what that is. And it's so much projection, it's like a cultural projection at this point. And I get to drive the Porsche every time we meet. There it is. That's what I was hoping for. That's exactly what I want to hear. This is Klaus on the Autobahn right now. Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And then after that, man, he heads back to her like nice condo. Yeah. Hey, man, shout out to Klaus. That's what I'm talking about. Coffee Enjoyer says right place, right time plays a big role as well. And these days, everyone is on digital stuff so much more. It has messed up the balance. Let me tell you, man, so my backup video tonight was this video about this lady right here. So this lady was married to some guy who worked in Alaska, and they lived like north of Spokane, however you say that. Shout out to Spokane. She basically divorced her husband, got hella alimony, and like she was just going through guy after guy after guy. And then eventually, like allegedly the ex-husband just couldn't take it anymore and pulled the plug on her. But there's debate because some of the evidence wasn't admitted in the case. It's a really interesting true crime story. You know what I mean? This is one of those stories that'll make you doubt like monogamy is a thing. You know what I'm saying? So not like a thing, but like It's one of those monogamies on life support kind of things when you hear something like this. Maybe we'll go over it. I'm planning to hit like the 50-minute. Oh, man. We're at 2 hours and 40 minutes. I kind of wanted to hit where he talks. Man, we probably won't even get there at the rate I'm going. I'm sorry, guys. We're just having too much fun in the tavern tonight. If we got time later, we'll watch that one. It's an interesting one. Women only get prudish when they are dealing with beta bucks guys they don't like. Yeah, because they're transacting it. They're not even expecting to be satisfied from the sex. So it's like, what else can they want something from it? And, you know, I don't know. It's like, which is like a weird thing. So it's like you can almost tell, you know what I mean? Like something is just off there in that equation. Does anyone have the recipe for how to be the fun and exciting guy while also being responsible, steady, stable, and predictable? Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, I don't know, man. You know, like, that's kind of like I want my cake and eat it too scenario right there. But, I mean, you know, and I don't want to give bad advice, but the only way that happens, bro, is this is how you be, you know, you got to apply what Dontavius says to ladies, basically. Now, I know you think he's talking about just video games, but let's listen again.
Hey, yo, Dontavius.
Yeah,
What's today's quote of the day?
you gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl, just stay gaming.
Okay, so you see, he said don't focus on no girl. He didn't say don't focus on no girls. You gotta stay gaming. Fun, exciting guy is always staying gaming, okay? You're talking to her, and 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 her. You're constantly negotiating. You know what was interesting about the title of this video is it said dating like a job. You know, and if you're constantly swiping and you're constantly chatting up chicks, you know, it's like, okay, there's this chick and I went on a date with this chick and I made out with that chick. And then there's this other girl. Okay, you know what? She's being kind of slow, but I ain't tripping because I'm talking to 3 other girls. So however long this one takes, it's eventually going to happen. So if you stay gaming like that, you probably will come off as the fun, exciting guy because you're just like, you're in the, you know, you just got a lot going on and you're always doing something and there's this and there's that, or you're busy. The way your question is framed kind of makes me think it's meant for how do you seem like the fun, exciting guy to one woman while also being stable and this and stuff like that. Now, if you're going to be constantly gaming, you got to be really careful not to over leverage yourself. And that could be the scary part. God forbid. See what I mean? But other than that, like that is a tough thing to do. It's almost like having your cake and eat it too, because you can constantly stay gaming. But some people, I don't know, some people can figure out how to juggle this and make it happen. I'm not selling that as a lifestyle. I mean, that's something that can probably land you in, God forbid, some situations. But, you know, I think there is a thing to it. So they're kind of looking for that. And they would never say they're looking for that. But unconsciously, I think there's this kind of magnetism about a guy like that makes them like, what is it about this guy? You know what? Oh my God, I wish I could show you this without getting copyrighted, but I don't think I can. There was a freaking, okay, even though all the red pill stuff is, you know, from like 2013, 2014, one of the funniest episodes of The Simpsons is when Lisa falls in love with the town bully. Nelson Mutz, you know, the ha-ha guy. And there's a scene in there. Damn, let me see if I can find that scene. Lisa's date scene where Millhouse, let's see. There's no way I'm going to find it. Damn, is that oh, no way. Is that the full episode on the, no. Oh, you got to buy it. Dang it. There's a scene in there where she's sitting at the lunch table with Millhouse. And she's talking about how she thinks like, she's like, well, she's just like, she's comparing like Millhouse to him and saying like, basically like, there's a nice guy in there and I want to bring out that nice guy. Just like you, Millhouse, you're so nice. And Millhouse has a huge crush on Lisa. So he's like, but I'm Millhouse. I'm the guy. Like, why would you need to find the Millhouse in him? But she just loves the bully for some reason. It's a fantastic episode. And it's like years before any red pill thing, but it was all in there. Man, I would love to watch that with you guys. The only thing I can really say to that, man, is that like if you're going to play that game, make sure you do not over leverage yourself into a point to where you're gonna end up getting screwed. So if you're gonna live life in the fast lane like that and be fun and exciting, know when to pull back before you get over leveraged. And some guys will be like, you can try to do that for a long time, but God forbid something happens. So at a certain point, you're probably going to end up being steady, stable, and predictable, especially if you want to get married and have kids and all that kind of stuff. It's I think it's tough to avoid being steady, stable, and predictable if you have that in mind. I guess you could be that guy that's always trying to climb a mountain, but then you got people over here getting divorced because, he just wasn't there all the time and he wasn't this and that. And then, I felt lonely in the marriage or something, and God forbid. You got to ring her bell. There you go. Murderer Crow's got it right there. The Spidey sense tingles. Oh my gosh. FCD got baby trapped at 20. Oh man. See, I mean, you're keeping it real, man. You're telling us what happened. Man, listen, I used to live in this apartment complex, and there was this maintenance guy that worked there. And I would chat with him every now and then. And when I told him, before I left that apartment complex, I started working at child support. So it was like my first year at child support, and it was like towards the end of the time I was living there. And when I told him that I started working at child support, he told me what happened to him, and he told me how a woman got pregnant, and basically he had to pay child support for the entire 18 years for this kid, and it wasn't his kid. And the reason is he let it default on him and he was late on the paperwork basically, but they never undid the order. But what you're telling me there, got baby trapped at 20, murder of crows. It's like that kind of stuff does happen. It's like you're playing with these forces and it is exciting. And I get it, and at a certain point, I think a guy will hit a certain point, especially if you're lonely for long enough to where you're going to be like, okay, I got to go out there and see what's out there and see if I can parlay with what's out there. Now, tradcons are going to be like, no, that doesn't mean that you're going to go out there and have fun. You could still try to do it the right way and get married and vet and do all that kind of stuff. But I don't know, depending on where you're starting or where you're at. A lot of it, though, is wanting your cake and eat it, too, and that's pretty dangerous. God help us all. I don't know, man. So how many years of child support left? She's clearly the one with the richest father. Exactly. Exactly. Hell yeah, the Porsche. Man, I'm just going to get back in the video. Stability and predictability is the same as boring in the mind of women. To keep it exciting, you have to be unpredictable. So basically, that is not possible. The only way to introduce that, man, is you got to be messing with multiple women. I'm sorry. Because the reason is when you get so, like, comfortable and, like, like you're going to put all your anxiety on her. You're going to put all your desire, and she's going to know you want her like that. And instead of like you putting that on her, you use that anxiety and you transmute that into pursuing new women. And women in the beginning love being pursued. So instead of your like constant like, hey, give me reassurance, woman, that I'm seeing, you use that need for whatever that is. And you use that as fuel to constantly be pursuing new chicks. And that somehow keeps it fun and exciting. I'm sorry to say that. I feel like, it's all, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that that's a thing. So, men are naturally polygamous and women are naturally monogamous. I don't know. I don't even know if that's really true. I don't know if that's really true at all. I do question that. I think that's something people want to believe. I think the women we've seen nowadays, that's really not the case. So, women got harems out here nowadays. They got a guy for this, they got a guy for that, they got the guy for this. I don't know. Later on when they're trying to lock something different down, then they might sell it that way or say, I'm trying to get, right with it or something. I don't know though. Yeah, I'm 44. They will even listen. I've heard that the shape of the thing, you know what I'm saying? The shape of the the shape of the thing is shaped like a scooper in order to, you know, from bygone days when we were all just out on the savannah or something, following the herd, okay? It's shaped like a scooper to scoop out other guys' stuff when you're in there in order for whatever. So I've heard. All right, we're not going to look this up. So, I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on probably. So I don't know. Are they naturally monogamous? I think the only thing that's naturally monogamous is that you get one-itis in terms of like you can emotionally love someone only one person at a time. That's where the Madonna whore complex comes in, because you got this one, I'm in love with this person on the Madonna level or whatever. And then you have the other side, the whore complex, which is an infinite multitude of just forms of beautiful women that, you know, and men deal with this. And it's like, okay, here's this one person I'm in love with, but let me go out there and smash or whatever. So I think we maybe love emotionally monogamously. But then there is this conflicting biological factor that, you know, is not monogamous. Benji says, yeah, I'm 44. I got fed up with it. I'm still exciting and unpredictable, so it doesn't really work. I never cheated. Shout out to you, man. Men dream of having many women wives. Women dream of having that one husband. Shah, I've read that the same thing about the scooper too. Yeah, I mean, so, you know, if you want to look at it like that, yeah, I heard the scoop theory before. Yeah, I mean, you know, is it right? I don't know. It's just something I heard.
I think I told you before we started recording, when I was, I don't know, 18, there was this pickup artistry book sent to my house that I think my older brother had ordered, but he ordered it to the wrong address because he had moved out to university. So he said, just keep it.
Lucky accident for you.
Yeah. And I sat there and I read it cover to cover without moving.
Tell us the
book. And
book.
actually, much of the principles I learned about pickup artistry, about attraction, about being a high value male, are actually things that I took into business when it comes to negotiation, sales, persuasion, and all those things. So I do see that translation.
Well, another thing is that often when I say that, because people have all kinds of associations with pickup, they think it's kind of sleazy.
Yeah.
And it's especially for guys who couldn't get laid otherwise, and so they have to use manipulative tactics to get what they want. It's like, okay, well, yeah, welcome to advertising, right?
Yeah.
So that's one side of it. They think that those strategies just work to get laid or to have casual sexual relationships. No, they often also work in long-term relationships, not only because generally the pathway to a long-term relationship is through a more casual arrangement. Usually people date and hang out and sleep together for some weeks, some months before they define the relationship, right? So they kind of, for better or for worse, have to go through that proving ground before they get to here, right? But like, it's really important for long-term relationships. It's one of the principles for long-term success is complementarity of skill sets. It's like if you're a startup founder, you want somebody who can do very well the things that you cannot do.
Then that is an employee. I mean, should that person have equity in the company? So it's really not just that. It's also an investment that's similar to your investment.
Your dowry, it's my right.
What he's describing is an employee you would need to hire, unless you guys are both going in there with zero money. If one person who starts up a company put all the money in it and the other one isn't. Now, he didn't say that directly. Maybe he's assuming they're both starting from zero or something, but I still think there needs to be a certain amount of investment capital.
Like having two CEOs.
And typically what it is it's, some of these startups or whatever go in there and they look for investors and then they, hire more people to do specialized things.
Is just a recipe for competition, struggle, and strife, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you need people with complementary skill sets in order to go the distance. Mm-hmm. In my experience, 90% of successful relationships are based on selection. If you can understand yourself, accurate self-knowledge, and you get better at discerning other people, you can have satisfying relationships with lots of different human beings.
We're going to get into figuring out how you do that. But on the point, I asked you there, I said, what do men come to you with in terms of problem sets? And you said money and women, ideally sort of work and women or work and love. So what do women come to you?
They want to get married.
So they just come to you with the love problems?
Yeah, I mean, they do that now because I talk about lots of things on my channel, but by far the most successful videos are the ones about intersexual dynamics. And so that's kind of what I'm known for. And so there is a bit of a selection bias there. Is the most popular videos are me talking about men and women. And so increasingly men and women come to me about their relationship issues, right? So that makes sense. But women use therapy for all kinds of different reasons, right? We know that women are by far bigger consumers of therapeutic services, in particular, like actually going to therapy, and also more generally, like they make up the lion's share of consumers for just self-help material in general. Like there's a big market for that kind of self-betterment and self-improvement in the female marketplace. And we also know that about 85% of mental health practitioners are women. Like when I was...
Yeah, I heard it's something like 75% of therapists are women.
In my training, I think I was one of 3 people in my cohort that were men. I would interview at some placements where there weren't any men at all on the staff whatsoever. And just like I can appreciate that women might not feel entirely comfortable going to a man with certain of their issues, I know for sure that there's plenty of men who wouldn't feel comfortable going to a woman about some of their concerns.
I agree with that too. I think if I was going to see a therapist, I wouldn't want to see a woman therapist. That's just me.
So when they talk about why, you often hear it's usually women, they're dissatisfied with.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It'd have to be, somebody it couldn't be someone of the same age cohort. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just wouldn't buy their understanding of my experience. Maybe like a really older, wiser woman. I can, that's an archetype, right? That they got out there. But other than that, probably not.
Men's lack of interest in going to therapy. Men would literally want to refurbish a train, then go to therapy and talk about their feelings. Well, it's
oh my God. This just reminded me of an Instagram thing I got to show you guys. I need to find it. I'm sorry. It's the funniest thing ever. It's a King of the Hill. It's literally a King of the Hill reference. Let me just find it. Oh gosh, I don't care how far back I gotta go. Sorry guys, I need to find this. Oh man. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. All right. All right, y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. All right, here we go.
Hey Dad, what the heck is that?
My bad, hold on a second.
I didn't know if you were a Ford man or a Chevy man. It was the happiest problem I've ever faced.
I know it's loud. All right, so Bobby Hill walks into the garage, okay, and he sees his dad working on a car, and Hank Hill's hella happy to throw him his first car keys.
You bought me a car?
Yep. Now let's put that auto shop training to work. What tool can I get for you?
A hammer?
A hammer? Boy, have you been sleeping through auto shop, or are you being funny?
Dad, I think your obsession with auto shop stems from your unresolved feelings about your father. And perhaps we should explore some of those feelings.
Bobby, you know how I explore my feelings? I fix my truck or your mother's car. When Mr. Dotrieve's wife left him, we tuned up his escort. And when that little fella from the Fantasy Island died, we put the ant on top of Dale's van.
Well, that's one path. But if I took peer counseling, I could...
Trust me, Bobby, when you're stuck on the side of the road with your girlfriend and you can do more than ask your carburetor how it feels, you'll be glad you took auto shop.
Okay.
Sorry about the volume there, guys, but I just think that is the realest clip ever. So I have watched that clip probably 10 times in the last 2 weeks because it just makes so much freaking sense to me.
Because there aren't a lot of male practitioners, and I think what's good for men isn't always what's good for women, and vice versa. What's good for the goose isn't always what's good for the gander. What I found is that women generally talk to process their emotions, and they're more keen on emotionally focused strategies, right? Whereas men, they try to resolve things through action and through solution. And they often see that just talking about their problems and paying for the opportunity to do so to be a complete waste of time and money. And I can understand why. Now, it does have its place. Like, it's very important for some men to be able to have a safe space to really share their experience and talk about this stuff, because, man, they can be judged harshly if they open up to the wrong people. So there's a time and a place for that for men as well, but it's generally not every week.
And who is the wrong people that he's talking about? All right, you guys remember that clip with that guy that had the copper coil or the copper spindle, and he was sitting on the back of his pickup truck? Who is it that if men open up to the wrong people, it can be really bad for them? Who are those wrong people by chance?
For several years.
So let's go into those three different problems then. So if a man comes to you and they are expressing an issue with love, they're trying to get laid, they're trying to find someone. Where do you start? What are the sort of foundational things you need them to understand for you to all get focused in the right direction?
Well, I usually start with what they've tried in the past and where in the funnel they tend to be experiencing their difficulties. Like, the advice is very different if you're not getting any matches on a dating app or you haven't been able to get a date in months versus I can get with women, but after 3 months, everything kind of seems to fall apart, or everyone just wants me for these long-term relationships and I just want to be able to play the field. So it's really depending on the goals of the man in question and where he's experiencing the difficulties.
So if he's at the top of the funnel, so when we talk about funnels, if we have the top of the funnel is, you're meeting people, maybe a little bit further down the funnel is you're, having some kind of relationship with them short term. And then at the very bottom of the funnel might be like marriage and kids.
Sure.
So at the very top, so if they come in at the top of the funnel and they've got problems just like meeting people, where do you start?
That's a tough one. I think it's a good idea in today's day and age to have kind of a dual strategy. I think that you can use the apps for what the apps are good for, but overly relying on them as a solution for your dating woes is probably not correct. You're going to have to get out there and get better at your people skills, because even if you do match with somebody, if you're more of an introvert, if you have a lot of social anxiety, even if you manage to get someone off the app into the real world, you might be able to blow it because you're going to be nervous, you're going to be uncharismatic, you're not going to know how to lead the encounter in the direction of a sexual experience if that's what you're looking for. So it's generally a good idea to get out there. There's really no antidote. There's no better solution than doing it. It's just like learning a language. You have to speak it. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. You're going to be embarrassed. It's going to feel frustrating and impossible until it doesn't. So unfortunately, everything that you can say or read or listen to is just prelude to going out there and doing it and failing enough times and learning from your mistakes until you have a reasonable hit rate.
Okay, see, you remember last week how we said this was the last dating video you were going to need? Let me see if I still have that up. You guys remember this? You remember this from last week? This is exactly what he's talking about. Right? This is it. This is the last dating video you would need. And that's basically what he's saying. You can read the red pill or whatever all you want, and red pill back in the Reddit days, they would even say that. You know what I mean? They'd be like, well, you got to put it into practice and all that stuff. That's the only way you're going to learn from it. And that's basically what he's saying. All that's prelude to having to do trial and error. So, yeah, great video right here. Oh, man. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick. Oh, man, how far are we? Sorry, guys. Based, King of the Hill was great. There's an episode where Hank takes steroids. It's hilarious. Yeah, when I was younger, like, I would always want to watch The Simpsons. And King of the Hill would be this thing I'd have to, like, get through. And I was like, man, I want to watch The Simpsons, But then as I got older, like, King of the Hill was actually, like, really funny, and I started watching it seriously. It was sometime in 2010, and I had been very ill for over a decade without knowing why at the time, and no one would help. Well, man, I hope you're feeling better now, bro. Paul Elam and Peter Wright wrote a book called The Red Pill Psychology. It's right here, quite literally. This book. Paul Elam and Peter Wright. Pretty freaking sweet. Somewhere in the book, they say, according to experience with multiple men's stories, psychologists have... oh man, where did the rest of that comment go? Have a bias against men. Oh, there it is right there. Yeah. I mean, if it's 75% women in that field, I can see that, you know. Murder of Crow says, I was seeing her to help me get over the compounded sadness of that situation at the time, but also a very intense family tragedy that happened when I was 2. Toulouse says, it's all modern psychology bias against men. They have this theory called alexithymia, which states men are emotionally deficient from factory. Yeah, it sounds like setting up people to fail. That's a good point. Not an issue for me, but I was around before dating apps. I try to be fair to the younger dudes. You know, and I bet the reason why you're fair to that is because maybe you remember what it was like to be that age. You know, I think a lot of guys maybe feel that when you get older and you see a young guy trying to make it, you know, you can understand. She said at my 3rd visit with her, effing cow, I almost lost it right then and there. Left immediately and never went back. That's nuts. You must live in Canada.
But how do I increase my probability that a woman will give me that chance and then stick with me? Like, how do I increase my chance of being attractive? Are there things I can do? Do I need to go hit the gym?
Sure. Like when I talk about in the book is that everyone can be more attractive than they currently are. And if you're having a problem in that initial funnel, it's generally a marketing issue. Because think about it, on an app, it's 6 pictures and 3 responses. In a meat market, it's, hey, how you doing? And it's like, she's going to give me a once-over. She already gave me the side eye. And she's going to kind of make a snap judgment based on the vibe that I'm giving out, right? Neither one of those has anything to do with really who I am as a person. That's one of the things is that they can't really reject you because they haven't spent any time getting to know you. For better or for worse, if they like you or not, they like the idea of you. They like the presentation of you. And it's really important not to disabuse people of that presentation too quickly.
Do you think there is a woman's equivalent to this advice? So this advice we're listening to is meant for men, for women, to, you know, increase prospects with women. Is there a similar advice on the other side?
Okay, so to think about your exterior marketing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because that's what...
I'd like to think probably. The Prowler Soldier 8172. Hey, shout out to you, man. Great to see you in here again. I got a haircut on the 2nd yesterday. Feeling fresh again. Yeah, man, I love that feeling. I got to get a haircut soon myself. That's awesome, man. Good stuff.
Men do. Yeah. I mean, they don't go up to women randomly. They think, oh, man, she's pretty cute, right? They're paying attention to the surface marketing as well.
What can I do with my surface marketing to make me more attractive?
Well, you got to focus on what you can control, because generally when we go down this road, what I hear from men online is, well, that's all well and good, Orion, but I'm 5'6", you know, I'm balding. Women aren't going to like me. And it's like, yeah, if you don't have some of the genetic markers, it is more difficult, but everyone can get better at what they do. And on some level, the less conventionally attractive that you are, the more you have to learn seduction, the more you have to learn game. You have to think about the fact that attractiveness is not normally distributed across any population, right? Mm-hmm. There's going to be a small subset of men and women who are just absolutely gorgeous, some that are, ooh, wow, that's interesting, and most people are kind of in the middle, right? And seduction is the process of being able to direct attention to your purposes. And
John from It's Complicated has a good question. What's the difference between seduction and manipulation? I think I asked you guys that before, though. Dutch says the female equivalent is placing yourself near the men you want. Example, being a service worker around rich dudes. Okay, yeah, I mean, that sounds... I could see that. Thanks for that, Dutchie. Yeah, also, I happen to be from the most gynocratic region to boot. Anyone care to guess? I want to say Toronto, but I don't know. Like, if there was It would be Toronto. Oh, Ontario. Sucks, doesn't it? Klaus says, I don't need haircuts anymore. I just shaved the few hairs left on my head. Klaus has been liberated from the from haircuts. Luke Nielsen says, exactly. Seduction is actually a form of manipulation. Well, I mean, the way he described it is about directing attention. I thought that was an interesting way to say that. So is that manipulation? I wonder. Here we go again. Let's game the judge. Exactly.
The more that you can learn how to direct attention for your purposes, the more that you can overcome some of the liabilities associated with being, let's say, in the fat part of the curve when it comes to attractiveness.
Okay, so how do I do that?
Well, you have to kind of learn.
I kind of like that he just keeps drilling down. So how do I, like, so where do I go from there? How do I do that? Okay, so then how do I do that?
Works. I think one of the things that all men can learn.
Listen, he brought up peacocks, man. He brought up peacocks and peahens. Remember we learned about peahens earlier? So maybe he will kind of advise something similar to what the peacock does.
From the pickup community is that they...
Man, it's almost like pickup and peacock sound kind of similar. Like if you say peacock really fast, like, I'm going to go pick up. Like it almost sounds like you're saying pickup, you know, like you say peacock, pick up. I don't know. Kind of sounds like I think there's something there, man. Like peacock and pickup, you know.
We're basically...
They did have a term called peacocking, though, back in the day. I remember that. That's just word salad for manipulation. Manipulation can be good, too, but it is still manipulation.
Behavioral scientists.
I think somebody last time pointed out, like, the difference would be if there is... if the person actually is consenting to it or something. I can't remember what it was, but it's like if you're, I don't know, like if they know that, I guess, versus not. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
Well, you have to kind of learn what works. I think one of the things that all men can learn from the pickup community is that they were basically behavioral scientists. Some of them went to the field and said, okay, if I knew what I was doing, I'd be laid by now. You know, I'd be awash in optionality. So maybe I don't know what women want. Maybe I don't know what works. Let's let the outcome teach me what I should believe, as opposed to going to women with a preconceived notion about what should work or what they should want. And that's why, on some level, you got what on the surface seems like some ridiculous strategies like peacocking. You know, it's like some men look at that and they, I would never do that. That's just so ostentatious and extravagant. But it can attract attention. That's a very, let's say, heavy-handed way to do so.
For someone that doesn't know what peacocking is, how would you describe
you know,
it?
dressing a little bit more flamboyantly to attract attention.
Or like a flamboyant feature, or like it could be a crazy hat
It could be a crazy hat. Flavor Flav had the big clock around his neck. I don't know if I just dated myself with that reference. But and sometimes it's just looking sharp. I mean, by far, one of the best things that men can do is just spend $1,000 or $2,000 to get like 2 or 3 really good outfits. You can just cycle through them when you're dating.
Damn, $2,000 or $3,000.
Especially in some marketplaces. LA is tough. New York is tough. But it is so easy to be the best dressed man in San Francisco. I swear to God, it does not take that much effort. And if you're the best dressed man in the room, you get like 1 free point. Can you imagine? Some women have to spend tens of thousands of dollars on cosmetic surgery to get 1 extra point.
Okay, I mean, hey, I'm going to say best dressed man in the room, a little similar to peacocking, just going to say.
Men just need to put some clothes on and get a better haircut. You know what I'm saying? And
I'm not against any, like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like Prowler Soldier just got a new haircut in there and he's feeling fresh, man. That sometimes it's not even about the clothing in itself, but if buying the clothing maybe helps you feel that feeling of feeling fresh inside and brand new, then it's worth doing. You know what I mean? So it doesn't necessarily have to be the most expensive thing, but if it gets you to get that feeling where you feel that way and you're giving off that kind of, you know, energy, I guess you could say, or aura, whatever, then that's what it takes for that. In Prowler Soldier's case, he just got a haircut and he's feeling fresh right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's about having that.
They refuse to do that for whatever reason.
What other things should I be thinking about in terms of seduction? If I want to be, because one of the central things I need to understand, as you said, that the pickup artist community learned is what actually leads to the outcome. Because if I was to ask a woman, hey, how can I become more attractive to a woman? I guess what she might say to me is, be nice, you know, what, I don't know.
I've asked that question.
They're going to say just be yourself or something. Luke says to do it for personal gain and at the detriment of the subject makes it a problem. It can be a win-win too if both benefit. I could see that. OT, hey, just looks max, bro. Benji says peacocking can work, especially with middle-aged women. I like to dress quite fly anyway, especially if I go out at night.
There's so many women in my life.
Shout out to the snazzy dressers out there.
You know what? I don't know.
I've asked that question to so many women in my life, and I've never gotten a good answer, because that's almost always the response is, I want a kind man. I want a man who I feel safe with. I want a man who is loving. And usually the guy in question is listening to that and be like, well, what the fuck's the problem? It's like, I'm kind of shit. Like, I don't get it. Like, I need to be kinder. And they start to lean into that even more. And I don't think that these women are necessarily lying to these men, but they're leaving out the most important part. One of my most popular YouTube videos is the part that women always leave out that speaks exactly to this problem, which is that women do want those things that they list off when men ask them that question. They just want them from the men that they're attracted to. They want the men they're attracted to be kind and to be loving and to be generous and to make them feel safe. But it's not like being kind and generous and making women feel safe is going to lead them to feeling attracted to you. And that's the part that women leave out, and men in their, let's say, naive but good-hearted intention to give women what they want and to be a better mate for them, they just totally lose out on. So it's better to be attractive. Like, if you want to be good.
Y'all heard that? Be attractive. Coffee Enjoyer says 2,000 or 3,000. That's a new PC setup. Yeah, but that's a significant amount. Get the home office popping. Yeah, if you really look, you can find an old pickup for that amount of money. Put a lawnmower back there, a weed whacker. You got yourself a whole business. That's called projection, doc. I don't know what that YouTube is. PhD site guy, Orion Teraban. Get one of those standing desks. Nice chair. All the stuff you could spend $2,000 or $3,000 on, huh? I don't know.
Good at the game of mating and dating, you have an easier time the more attractive that you present yourself. You get more opportunities for selection. You get more.
And the thing that's past this is like the stuff that he's describing. You know, my opinion of the red pill stuff is it's going to maximize your short-term options. So yeah, you know, dressing snazzy or doing all this stuff, you're going to get more prospects. When it comes to the long-term game, then what? You know what I mean? If you're going to go on a long-term game using having 2 or 3 suits or whatever, that makes it look like having a couple not really nice suits will make you stand out. But once you're in a long-term then they know he only has 2 or 3 nice pieces of clothing or whatever, right? How long can you keep up that appearance, basically? And then, you know, you'll probably run into issues in the long term. So it doesn't sound that different from sort of standard red pill stuff, which in my opinion is more about maximizing short-term options, which is what some guys want to do. That's fine. But I think that's what it is, because what he's describing is, okay, be more attractive. You could track that. But then when it comes to the long-term deal, then what happens?
Beneficial arrangements in the negotiation process, and it's easier to maintain your relationship in the long run against your intersexual competition as well. So there's all kinds of.
If you can keep up those appearances, though, basically, then you're spending another $2,000 to $3,000 on suits, and it's going to go on with that expectation, because that's how you attracted them. But you know, there we are.
Privileges and benefits to being attractive, and everyone can be more attractive than they currently are.
What do men need to do to be more attractive?
I think they can learn.
I like how he just keeps asking.
Dress better.
Yeah.
I think that they can take care of their physical fitness.
Yeah.
For some men, it's as basic as hygiene.
Physical fitness. I mean, I think that's an important thing, you know. So that for me, and I get it, dressing better, physical fitness, all this stuff, yeah, it is going to attract women to you. When it comes to taking the long-term deal and leveraging yourself into it, what makes that better?
You know what I'm saying? I think it's also really important to learn how to talk. The most vulnerable organ in a woman to seduction is her mind, is her brain. That is her biggest erogenous zone. And if you can learn to talk to a woman in a way that women will listen and respond to, you'll be able to do all kinds of things and have all kinds of relationships.
Set the fantasy for them. Let me just see real quick here with the chat. 2 or 3 G's can get you boxed for a whole year. Luke says, taking care of oneself, wearing good clothing, and properly does a good job, but it isn't the only thing. And I agree. I mean, it definitely helps. And it's important, especially in the beginning. Like, I mean, you should just generally, but as far as attracting, I mean, presentation is important. It's a whole package thing, but at the end of the day, women will get bored with whoever they have, and you will have to continually chase the goalpost moving. I agree. Yeah. I mean, especially if you're not expecting them to leverage anything, then I think so. Giovanni English says 2 to 3 grand, 2 to 3 Bop House baddies. The math is mathing. Shout out to you, man. The Prowler Soldier. I'm told I'm attractive by my parents, but I'm invisible to women, but that's okay. I'm used to it. Even if I'm bored as hell, I try to entertain myself. Keep going the best I can, man. For you, man, I'd say just keep trying new things, man. Keep trying. I know you said you got a haircut. Is it the same? I don't know, man. Maybe get a different style next time. Just try it out. Maybe whatever it happens to be, try new hobbies or whatever you end up doing. Just keep embracing uncertainty by searching for that which is novel. So it could be trying something new, trying a different look, a different hobby, going somewhere new. I think that stuff's going to be important for you, man. Murder of Crow says, exactly. Jeff Bezos couldn't, nor could Channing Tatum. Yeah, well, Tom Brady could probably put in there. They want the alpha simp. The prophecies foretold. Dutchie says, Shah, do you think it's wise to pay for dates if you are looking for long-term? I've always thought it's a short-term strategy. I mean, yeah, I've typically done that in terms of paid for dates, unless they were super adamant about wanting to pay or in terms of pay their half or whatever. So if they're really just wanting to do that, which is pretty rare. But I told myself I was gonna do it differently going forward just to see what would happen. For the most part, I think if you are long-term oriented, I think the way it probably goes is in the beginning, maybe you're paying some, but as it moves forward, there's going to have to be a frame shift there somewhere of what it's going to look like. Otherwise, it's just a big drag on your wallet. You know what I mean? But some might say, well, if you already set the frame as you paying for everything, it's just going to be harder to change that later on. So for long term, I mean, I think there needs to be that discussion about what finances look like, and reaching something there. So, for me, first couple dates or whatever, yeah, I am used to paying. That's never been something it's just something that I do, especially if I'm asking them out. But so I don't know, but sometimes I think about going on a first date and just seeing what happens just for the hell of it, I think the reflex is the more you're into them, the more you're just going to do it and not wanting to screw it up. But even then, I don't know. I've been thinking about seeing, changing it from there just to see how that would go. Or if you said it differently, all right, well, you can get the next one, and then you actually see each other for a second date and she does, maybe. Might be worth a shot just to see how it goes. But a lot of guys will probably say, well, she might not see you again. Maybe you'll be surprised though. But for long term, I mean, you guys are going to have to reach some kind of deal, The Prowler Soldier, women are definitely complicated, LOL. The more experience you get, the better it is to deal with, man. Mad Villainy. Shout out to Mad Villainy, man. Good to see you, bro. The external is great, especially physical fitness, but that's important anyway. I think it's more important to work on the internal, like avoiding getting finessed. Yeah, and I mean, it's not just women that are going to say they want these things but not mention the physical. I think men are like, especially like tradcon men, or men are like that too. Like they're like, oh, I want a submissive wife, but that's after you want an attractive woman. You know, and a lot of tradcon guys will sit there and want like a submissive wife who like also is a porn star with them. You know what I mean? Which is like wanting your cake and eat it too. But I think that's kind of the sort of less talked about part there, or at least not less talked about, but the part that maybe they're trying to cover up. It's like they want that super hot porn star looking chick, but they want them to be submissive. And it's kind of the same with these women. Oh, I want to feel safe when I'm with them and him to be a good protector and provider. But you know, he's got to look like that one guy, however he was described in 50 Shades of Grey or whatever. I've got all this covered. I figured it out decades ago. Why do these young dudes need this spelled out for them? I was referring to the guy in this video, not what Shah is saying. Appreciate that, Benji. You got it, sure. Men look to qualify women, and women look to disqualify men. Dr. Taraban's advice is highly questionable. When I was younger, I was a solid 6. Now I'm a solid 3.5. I'm good with that. I'm sure at a certain point you're just like, you know, whatever. I think it just depends on how you feel and what your goals are at any given time, you know. If you're not feeling it or whatever, then as long as you're okay with it, you know, and feeling good about how you're living your life. I was referring to the guy in the video. Oh, I read that already. I've been told I'm a silver fox, whatever that is. Shout out to the silver foxes out there, man. Silver foxes, I think, are just like the attractive older guy. Like you start to get whites, you know, in your beard and in your hair, but women are just like, women like you, you know, you're like that attractive older guy. It's a fox some may want to skin its hide. I want to try to find my type, but man, a lot of them seem to have such high standards. Don't worry, Prowler, man, you're going to get there, bro. Don't worry, you got to remember what we said, man. Remember, women are more hornier than men. Very important. Dutchie says, when it's a sit-down place, 4 to 6 date, I showed up early, asked the waiter for separate bills, made it easier when they bring 2 bills. Can only do that so much, though. You know what? I appreciate the planning on that one. That's hilarious. If you don't mind sharing more, how did it go with those women? Did you guys see each other much after, or were they like kind of weirded out? I don't know. I'm curious about the experience.
I need to say.
Well, it's not a script, right? Yeah. So it's a lot about vibing. Like feminine communication, let's put it that way. Feminine communication is very different from masculine communication. I'm staying away from men and women because obviously men and women can do both. But masculine communication is about the conveyance of information using semantic words. I know that the message has been received if you can more or less summarize that message back to me. It's like
You know what? I'm going to put that in a poll. Just I'm curious. How many of you guys have split the check on a first or second date? That's pretty... You know what? I'm going to say within the first 3 dates. How about that? Or I'm not going to say how many. I'm going to say have you guys. Just so you can do... Or have you... I guess women can answer that too then, if it's just about splitting the check. Whatever. Have you guys split the check? Have you guys ever split the check? Oh, man. I'm just curious how many of you guys have actually done that.
Understood the content of what you said. Transmission complete, right? Mm-hmm. Feminine communication is very different. It's more like emotional resonance. And communication has been received when I can succeed in provoking in you a comparable or analogous emotional experience to the one that I went through or I'm currently in. You can think of it like tuning forks. One of them is vibrating. If you bring another one up to it, it will start vibrating at the same frequency as well. And that's when you know that the communication has been received. And that's really important for men to understand, because that leads to a lot of disagreements and arguments between men and women in their long-term relationships, where sometimes women are attempting to get men to feel the way that they currently feel. But men are paying attention to what they're actually saying. And they're saying, why are you bringing this up now? Or that's not factually accurate. I don't understand. And it's because of this failure of intersexual understanding. The woman is trying to provoke in the man the emotional state so that he can understand, like in his bones, what it feels like to have been her in that moment. But the men are just some men are just so literal. They're so functionally fixed on the semantic content of language. And the truth is that words are both. Words always have this defined.
This to me right here is the right hemisphere, left hemisphere stuff.
Semantic meaning, but they also are in different containers of emotion.
See that? So the left hemisphere is like, this is the defined meaning. The right hemisphere is using the tone and the context to determine how that word is being used and what it means in that context.
Like every word.
This is why pickup lines work. You know what I mean? Because it's like the words have a literal meaning, and you kind of walk them down this path of the literal meaning, and then you kind of flip it on them with this sort of right hemispheric sort of funniness. And then they're like, ha, 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 that's so funny. And then they, you know, it creates interest.
Can be said with any different emotional content possible. You can say the word please seductively. You can say the word please threateningly. You can say the word please pathetically. I mean, that's what actors do, right? They invest this script, which are just words on a page, with emotional content, and that's what makes their performance enchanting. If you can do both, if you can be very particular with your words, and you can invest it with some degree of emotional content, you can be a very charismatic communicator.
I really like that. I think that's good advice.
And I guess you're saying that some men maybe lean one way more than the other.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, because it's like it's like a mating dance. You know, a dance is even more like a right hemispheric thing in a way. And it's a, you know, whenever I'm chatting with somebody or talking to a woman, I always feel like I'm having two conversations with her. There is that surface level conversation, then there's like the attraction conversation. And both of those things are happening simultaneously. And that's, I don't know. I think going about it that way helped me.
I lean more towards the semantic information.
Just like logic, just
absolutely
go like a robot.
Yeah, well, sometimes there's definitely some robotic men out there.
And what women want is more of the emotional resonance.
Yes.
In how you're talking.
Yeah, they want a vibe. You know, it's that Shakira song. It's starting to feel right. Her hips don't lie. So it's like, it's this mood that's being generated where the two people, the two dancers, the two players begin to occupy a shared private world. And with
I missed a lot of chat. Dan says, dance more like a humiliation ritual. Oh my gosh. Klaus says, to be fair, I do cook most good meals from scratch too, and she likes that a lot. Okay, well, only way I'll ever go with the woman is if they are paying, and even then, the spidey senses will lead. Right on, Klaus. After all, they want to be independent boss babes. All right, I gotta find what Klaus said here. Dang it. Klaus says, I don't like to split bills. I prefer my girl boss to pay. You just can't do splits first date. Have to do a no pay situation. Only way I'll ever go with the woman is if they are paying, and even then the spidey senses will lead. Uh-oh. Benji says, I never needed to take them on dates. I was a player. That's why I'm able to speak to it with such authority. However, I understand the game has changed. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'll try to keep the cost minimal. Like, usually I'll do like coffee for the first one or something. But, you know, eventually you get to the point where it's like lunches or dinners. The longer you end up seeing a person too. For the most part, I would always just pay those, you know. But God, looking back, it does seem like kind of BS. You know what I mean? Like you're 6 months in with this person. I don't know. Like even if you can, is it just BS? Like start coughing up some money, lady. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know?
Your dowry, it's my right.
So I can see that. Giovanni says, I'm coming out of monk mode now. Mind right, money right, body right. Now it's time to go to the JUCO. Shout out to Giovanni, man. Last time I was out with the other sex was for an army buddy's birthday. They, women, wanted to use me for protection. I just ignored them. Yeah, I bet they're feeling real bold. I think you can get sex easier in the military, I'm sure, because government gives you women in times of loneliness on deployment. That's not how that works. Prowler soldier, that is not how that works. The government, in fact, does not do that. They do not do that. They might pull you into a city that may have people that cater to that for money, but, you know, Godspeed. I'm not coming out of monk mode, MGTOW, says Luke. Mr. Pitt says to Klaus, know your worth, King Drizzle Drizzle. There's a chemical scent that comes from them as well. I talked at length in a live stream about it. Anyway, free tip, gentlemen. They're definitely interested at that point. Interesting. Like a pheromone. If she gives you a... that's a free meal for her. If you lead with money, you'll always be the wallet. I agree with that. Prowler, no. Yeah, listen to Luke, Prowler. He was in the military.
In that world, the rules don't always apply. We've created a different bounded universe, and that's actually the goal of seduction, is just the two of us here. And we're creating this separate universe that's different from everything else that's going on. It's just you and me here. And we can then play according to the rules that we've developed inside of this little microcosmic universe.
So I'm going to get my hygiene right. I'm going to hit the gym. I'm going to get a new outfit.
Sounds like you're doing pretty good.
I'm going to learn how to talk. Is there anything else that in that sort of initial top of the funnel attraction phase, I should be really focusing on to make sure that I increase my probability of just inviting someone in to the house?
Those things are the most important. A lot of guys get too focused.
I think beyond that is I mean, if you can get them to like talk to you, but then it's about what you say and how you do all that stuff. He's kind of been describing it here.
On money at this stage. And the fact of the matter is that money is what I call an attraction proxy. You don't need money to get laid. You don't need money to attract attention. It's
there
one
you go. Hey man, shout out to him for that.
Way. Like it will absolutely attract attention if you go to the VIP section and order bottle service and you're throwing around tens of thousands of dollars.
That was my whole strategy when I was...
That just makes you, I mean, that's an alpha simp right there.
21.
Wow, you had tens of thousands of dollars thrown around. Good for you.
It was just a pre-25 strategy that converted well for shallow relationships.
Does he really mean he was throwing around tens and thousands?
Relationships and stuff, but other than that...
It can work, but at the same token, I guarantee that there is an unemployed man living in his parents' basement who's getting laid tonight because he's a musician.
There's the guy that works at Taco Bell that's doing that.
And he's playing at the local open mic on Tuesday. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
And he's up on stage. So if you're young and broke and you're not cute, then you have to find some way to stand out. By far, the most useful thing to attracting women is not money per se, because it's not always easy to tell who has money, especially in places like San Francisco. The billionaires dress like homeless people sometimes. And it's not necessarily power, because sometimes the most powerful individuals are actually hidden from the limelight, and that's what allows them to exercise their power with some degree of immunity. The most powerful people you know are probably not the most powerful people. The thing that works is fame, is renown. And renown can work at many different levels. You can be, and I learned this as an actor, which is how I got my start in New York City, is like
Oh, wow. He was an actor for a bit too, huh? Imagine if I had that much money, I'd buy the most expensive tactical gear. What, Prowler, what would you do with this tactical gear? What are you like hunting or something? Why is Will Smith interviewing this guy? The bro strat. Bartlett is very famous in my country and he's a bit simpy. If you have money, especially now, when you are young, invest it. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Get a retirement stuff going. Young guitar or any other kind of investment, something. Invest in yourself and your future and your retirement. There it is. Okay, I need to stop spending so much. Fame is an L. Anonymity is worth all the money in the world. I think about that too, Dutchie. You know, like when I go on like, you know, when I look at dating and I'm like, you know, this isn't so bad. You know, every now and then you find someone, it's fine. Then you think like, would you really want to be famous? I don't even know, like when I go dating or, you know, when I go, you know, swiping or whatever, I don't know if I necessarily want people to recognize me. I don't want people to think that, to be honest. Because then they might be, I don't know. It's nice having anonymity or not having too much notoriety. So I feel like you can enjoy life more that way. I dropped a picture of you walking into the JUCO in the Discord. Let's pull that up. Here's Giovanni English right here. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. This Giovanni just came out of monk mode. Man, he's got his money right. Everything is looking good. He's ready to go to the JUCO. Dr. Taraban did theater, I believe. Yeah, I could see it now. Much love from Giovanni. Heck yeah, man. I'm excited for Giovanni, man. Let's see. He was an actor. Interesting. Loads of us come to creation from different angles. I was a sprinter and then failed at acting. Men like us just keep going. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you got to just keep trying things.
Formed on some very small stages throughout my career to sometimes just a few people in the audience. But the fact of the matter is, for those 2 hours, if I was the lead and my name was on the marquee and the spotlight was on me, on some level, what I call it, I was the contextual alpha. And within that tiny, almost
the contextual alpha,
insignificant world.
I remember that from Rello's book.
I was at the top of that status hierarchy, and that's what gets you laid. Now, those same women had no interest in having a long-term relationship with me. And that's what kind of motivated me to take a hard look at the guy in the mirror and think, well, shit, why would a woman want to marry me? It's like I'm living in this one-room studio with roaches everywhere. It's like I'm broke. I'm living month to month. My lifestyle sucks. I don't really have much ambition except for this, let's say, very vague vision about becoming a successful actor, whatever that meant.
Well, you know, he has all these things now. He's now living in a nice place. He's got a thriving business. Is he married now?
I didn't really have a plan, and I didn't really have much to offer in terms of a long-term relationship. And so
he's got a lot to offer now.
I said, okay, well, if this is something that I want, the cavalry isn't coming.
Oh, shoot, the grid. Oh, crap. Okay, no, we got lucky. We got really lucky.
I do it.
Thanks, guys.
Someone else will. And I took kind of radical responsibility for my life and, started down a different path.
We talked about...
That's true. He did that. Real quick, I'm going to let my cat in real quick. She's crying out there. My bad, guys. So, yeah, okay. Those women didn't want to marry him back then, but now he has all of it. Will he get married?
Traction.
And if not, why not?
As you move down through that funnel, the next challenge becomes actually keeping someone.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, because in my early 20s, although I could seemingly attract women at this point, I couldn't get any of them to want to be in a relationship with me, especially the ones I wanted.
Yeah. What is useful to get a man or a woman is not the same thing as what works to keep a man or a woman. Those are two different problems. Some people actually make great long-term partners, but they're terrible at attracting. They're terrible at the marketing. Other people, they get the marketing down, but they lack the substance, or they can't really go the distance from one way or the other. And so it's harder then to keep their partners around. They're two different problems. The solution for one does not apply to the other. In particular, the vast majority of attraction is based on projected fantasy. I don't know who you are. I just see the outside. And I'm going to approach you because I like that outside. And my attraction is going to fill in the gaps in my knowledge base with what I want to see there. That's why I talk about, I'm in an episode
That's romance for you.
about how most men blow the first date. They blow the first date by talking too much. They talk too much out of the misguided desire to prove their value to women. They usually do it in a very heavy-handed, ham-fisted way. And generally, all they do is succeed in disabusing that woman of the fantasy that she had of that man, which is why she was sitting there on that date tonight.
I think there's something to that. Let me end the poll here real quick. Have you guys ever split the check within the first 3 dates? 53% said yes, so that's a little bit more than half right there. That's pretty cool.
Because the likelihood that anything I say is going to match up with what you want to see in the privacy of your own mind is functionally zero. So I need to tread very carefully, because you're not on this date because you like me, because you don't fucking know who I am yet. You're here because of what you hope I might be. And so I need to be very careful not to disabuse you of that hope too quickly. Right? It's actually...
What's the difference between seduction and manipulation?
The key to transitioning from one phase to the other is going to sound real bad, but it's a slow and gradual disappointment. Right? And you have to do this, because if you don't do it, then what do you end up with? You end up in a relationship where you're not truly known and you're just performing all the time. And that's probably not sustainable, but it's certainly not very satisfying.
And there'll be
It's kind of interesting. It's just like, okay, so first you got to attract the woman, and you kind of got to let her think that, I mean, this is probably a mischaracterization of what they're saying, but you got to let them think that whatever they want to think about you. And then you slowly have to burst the bubble. And eventually you guys are just kind of deep in it together, I guess, for the long term. But it's interesting if you look in the past too, especially with arranged marriages, well, there just wasn't this sort of maybe fantasy part on the front end, so to speak. They probably didn't know most of the substance of at least what the people are bringing, or who, where they're from at least. And then it would maybe develop differently. But it's like, if you're going to play the romance game, I mean, maybe this is how you got to do it.
sudden disappointment.
There generally is. I talk about that in the book. The crisis of disappointment is one of the first crises that all nascent relationships must pass through. And on some level, the relationship doesn't even begin in earnest until couples go through the crisis of disappointment, where either through one significant betrayal or the accumulation of small inconsistencies, the fantasy on which the relationship has been based up until that point shatters. And the person is really no different from who he or she was the day before, but he or she's going to feel completely different, because it's almost like the scales have dropped from your eyes and you're seeing this person.
So whose fault is that? Let's see. If you wake up and they appear a completely different person, whose fault is it? Your fault. You, the lover's fault. The beloved's fault. Other person. Both people's fault. Whose fault is it?
And maybe what seemed cute and lovable and adorable just a week ago now is completely infuriating and
that's the light switch effect right there.
Difficult to live with. Sometimes the very things that we're most attracted to,
I'm not happy. We're 10 years into a marriage. I want a divorce now.
Tend to be the things that we dislike most about our partners further down.
So starting with romance, somebody is going to be disappointed on a long enough timeline.
On the road. It's a cruel irony.
So interesting when you talk about this moment that some relationships go through where they have that sudden disappointment, where the kind of honeymoon effect, the halo effect of this person kind of shatters. And you say that's when the relationship actually begins.
Well, yeah, because it's at that point where you have the opportunity at long last to see the other person for who he or she is. And you couldn't see that before. You just saw what you wanted to see. You were distorted in your perception by your attraction. And you need some of that distortion, because why else would you have taken the risk and the expense and the opportunity to pursue this relationship up until that point? Like, you need a little bit of attraction. Too much of attraction is crazy. I mean, it's completely distortive. Not enough attraction, and you're not going to overcome the behavioral inertia. You're just going to be so in your head, and you'll be like, this isn't worth it. I'd rather just do something with a higher likelihood of success where I can get one of my needs met in a more predictable and consistent way. Because relationships are really a roll of the dice, especially today, more than ever.
So on that first step,
Relationships are a roll of the dice.
can women
Basically a gamble.
also talk themselves out of it in terms of the women talking too much and the man going, Jesus Christ?
They can, but
They absolutely can. They absolutely can. I'm sure some of you guys have been disappointed by just hearing some stuff a woman said. A person who at first seems attractive can make themselves unattractive by talking too much.
most guys just they're trying to get laid. So like the woman would have to be a total train wreck, or that guy would have to have enough
there's limits. I don't disagree with them, but there's limits.
Optionality that he could be picky. But most men are not picky, because most men are just really hungry for anything that they're willing to get. I know that sounds bad, but it's kind of true.
Well, I mean, it's supported by data as well, isn't it? That, you know, I've heard repeatedly that the top 10% of men are having most of the sex.
They are killing it. It's like, what a time to be alive these days, man. And that seems to be kind of the end state of a dysregulated sexual marketplace. And it's not unusual. It's not uncommon. Like, we see this in all kinds of animal species, elephant seals, wild mustangs. It's like you see some alpha males dominate the females who congregate in harems around those men. And if that man is defeated by another contender, the women aren't loyal. It's not like those
I mean, if you're talking about an animal kingdom, that wouldn't even be dysregulated for them. That's just their natural protocol. For humans in a civilization being something that manifests outside of natural bounds, at least in my opinion, otherwise we'd all be living by instinct and not need consciousness. Why would you need consciousness and names and all that kind of stuff when you can just be living by instinct doing that? I'd say for us, it's a dysregulated marketplace, but for animals, that's just what normal is. And they're just living off instinct.
Females love that individual and they'll stick with it even after it's defeated in combat. They just move on to the next one. 85% of cultures on this planet, according to people who know more about this than I do, have been polygamous. And what we see is that when women...
80% of the culture, he specifically said cultures. 80% of the cultures on the planet have been polygamous. However, 4% of those cultures have been monogamous, but those are the ones that comprise 70% of the world's population, at least as far as culture goes and cultural expectation, because those monogamous ones were so successful that they had a much larger population expansion. So... interesting.
Are able and empowered to make their own sexual decisions in the sexual marketplace. They target the top 10% of men. That creates a lot of problems, though. Creates a lot of problems, both for men and women. It creates problems for women because the likelihood that any one of those 10% men are going to give up their insane sexual optionality and enter into a monogamous exclusive arrangement.
Here it is. Okay, how do you get that guy? Remember, we got to wrangle down this guy into monogamy. How do we do it?
With them is very negligible. Like, that guy has to be so done with playing the field and so ready to start a family and settle down. So it's really about timing as opposed to being the right woman. You kind of just have to be good enough at the right moment to kind of capture that man's attention.
See, I don't even, it's interesting because looking back prior to love matches, obviously there's more family community involvement, and then there's this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And that creates a whole incentive system for it to work that way. However, this is talking with complete hypergamy. This is what people trying to jump out of class. The 10% of guys aren't really paying attention to the class either. And it's just kind of like a free for all. So this right timing and all this kind of stuff, like it just involves no planning, it seems.
And for the vast majority of those women, they're not going to be it. But what's the alternative? It's like, how about this, this guy, he's completely average. There's nothing bad about him, nothing that great about him either. He'd make a great husband. Like, that doesn't sound very attractive.
And then, the other thing is just opportunity. You know what I mean? So if, again, women working and they have money to take care of themselves, or if you have a robust welfare state, if those weren't there, then they'd have to say, okay, maybe this option makes sense, or whatever the hell it happens to be. And families and communities would have to plan that out for themselves, whether it's like dowries or whatever it happens to be. But if you have these other sort of safety nets that are there that cost everybody money to provide, then different decisions are going to be made.
I can understand that.
Do you still think that relationships are a exchange of value between two people?
Of course.
And what is that exchange of value? Because when I read that,
I'm glad he's asking, what is that exchange of value? I mean, I think it's just going to turn into some kind of like, they provide, let's just see.
Sounds like gold digging or something.
Well, that's because often people take value very literally. And
Luke Nielsen says predictable equals boring, boring equals not happy for a woman, not happy equals divorce. Yeah, and predictable is what they say they want. They say they want somebody who wants to settle down and live a stable, long-term, commitment life. However, this is the back end of the issue, unfortunately. Klaus says, I'm with Luke. I'm an old guy, and the boring problem is pretty much what I've experienced and saw with other marriages breaking up. Giovanni says, you are responsible for your happiness, not your partner. Since women initiate most divorces, if you don't want to get divorced, don't get married. Yep. Prowler says, I think women mindset is very corrupt. Just the corruption and hoflation. I'm applying the not be boring knowledge, and it works fine for me at the moment. I hear that.
And especially economics, that word just is associated very strongly with money in the collective imagination. I think in one of the footnotes, I use a definition from von Mises from the Austrian School of Economics, and he basically defines economics as the study of human behavior in respect to means and with respect to ends and scarce means that could be applied in other ways. The easiest way to explain the value is that people don't move towards people they want nothing to do with. They have better things to do, especially when they have these scarce resources like time, like energy, like attention, and that they want things from other people.
It also used to be scarce resources like food and other practical things to live. What he's saying, these kinds of things, I think it's a little bit more beyond that, to time and energy and attention. But back then, I think different decisions needed to be made when there was a higher selection pressure on people. Now people have, I can get a job, I can do this. I don't need these things.
If I, at a distance, can see it's like going shopping. I can look at a distance, there's nothing in that store that I want. I don't have to go in and waste my time to figure out whether that's absolutely true or not, because I have other things to do today. So it's like, if there's nothing that I want from that store, I'm not going to walk through its doors, right? People don't move towards those they don't want anything from. So what is value? Value can be all kinds of things. Value is anything that can be bought or earned.
Okay.
Can you buy or earn submission? I'm going to end this poll real quick. Okay, 30% said it's both people's fault. 20% said you, the lover's fault, and 50% said it's the other person's fault. Is it really the other person? I mean, we let ourselves be seduced, We fell into this romantic thing. We knew it was too good to be true, and we took the deal. I don't know. I question that,
Not everything can be bought and earned. And I have a whole chapter about that, but a lot of things can be bought and earned.
Okay, so give me some examples of the most important types of values that we exchange in the context of a relationship.
Sex.
Yeah.
Security.
Okay, so, you know, that's an interesting question about sex. Again, this gets to the concubine notion here. You know what I mean? If women are just willing to sell themselves as concubines, and, you know, two people having sex is supposed to be a mutual thing. But if it's them selling sex, then you're paying for it, and it's more just about you and your pleasure, and them it doesn't matter because you're transacting for it. There's something in that conversation there.
Yeah.
Excitement.
Yeah.
Emotional support.
Yeah.
I think saying these things are, you know, of real value is a little bit of a... There's something wrong there. This is what opens the door for the sort of tradcon speak of, you know, submissive woman or whatever, and that's the only thing, and therefore you have to protect and provide. I think it's more than that. You know, when it comes to actual value, is a relationship or marriage really a transaction, or is it more of a mutual investment into an enterprise that you're growing? You know what I mean? Maybe we've been wrong by saying it's a transaction of I give you this and you give me that. Maybe we're not giving each other shit. We're just, sorry for the cuss words there, guys. We're just both investing into an enterprise that we're embarking on together. Is that a transaction? I don't know. I don't know if that's a transaction in the true sense of the word. I mean, they're talking about exchanging sex or emotional support and all these kinds of things. But I think marriage was more looked at as a mutual investment that then benefits, the fruits of which then benefit both of you guys. You know, it's not, well, oh, I made kids for him. It's like, no, we made kids for us because we both wanted children, and we have to work together to do that. You know what I mean? So this person invests the dowry, this person's working and bringing in money that way, whatever it happens to be. But this idea of transactional versus mutual investment, I think, is something worth thinking about.
Child rearing.
Okay. And do women and men value those types of value differently?
Of course.
And what do men value more, and what do women value more?
That's a tough one, because not only do men and women value those differently, but men and women value them differently at different stages of their life.
Okay.
Like, I'm sure when you were doing the bottle service, you were not really thinking whether these women had good maternal capacities.
No.
Right? You were
trying to get laid.
Exactly. You were approaching those women with a different...
Yeah, he was trying to get laid. But, you know, again, that's a far cry different from something like marriage or long-term investment.
Set of needs or desires. There's nothing wrong with that.
That might be more of a transaction. He's willing to invest money, energy, attention, and time in order to get laid. You know, that's a thing. Some folks might just spend the money straight away at the JUCO. Other people will say, you know, I'll go in the pursuit and do it that way. And then they get laid. Whatever.
Because it's actually very difficult for one person to meet this hyper-conflated set of needs and wants. That's one of the reasons why relationships tend to fail these days, is we want too many things from one person. And we expect one person to be all things across our entire lives, which is very difficult, if not impossible. It's like incredible that it even happens at all.
That didn't used to be the case, did it?
Well, it didn't used to be the case, mostly because it was so difficult, if not impossible, to divorce. And there were a lot of social taboos against separation.
But also, I would have been living in like a community where I could have got, you know, we're living much more isolated and lonely now. So I would have been able, you know, the village would have given me some of those things that I'm looking for in terms of value. I would have had a big social structure around me.
Absolutely. I talk about that in the book, is that...
You know, another thing is you hear that quote, it takes a village to raise a child. And it's just like, well, you know, the whole village is there and they're supposed to help, or my this and that or whatever. And it's harder for women or men nowadays because whatever it is. But if you're living in one of these, it takes a village to raise a child, just remember you're raising all the other village children too. So it's not just your own children, it's all the children. So it's not just you receive the help, you give the help for the entire community also. So, you know, don't forget that. Performative femininity, submission, exactly. What he's leaving out is the fact that it is pretty much women that he's talking about. Gosh, I'm not sure if I know exactly. I may miss exactly what you mean.
We used to live in small communities where we actually had lots of different kinds of relationships with lots of different people.
And all of those relationships, you know what I mean? Like, again, if it's like they're helping you with the kids, you're helping them with their kids.
And also in extended kin networks in intergenerational housing.
But that's true. Yes. Yes.
For instance.
Because there was less relying on the state to take care of all that. You know, was there a social security net? I don't think so. It was more so about getting all that squared away with your family.
And so with the advent of the nuclear family and the dissolution of real community, we expect our partner to be all things, to be an entire village and an extended family. And that's just really not possible. I mean, the love marriage in particular may even be a paradox in terms because you...
Man, it's crazy that he understands this distinction about the love marriage. You know, like the fact that you're saying love marriage means that you understand there was another type of marriage. Arranged marriage, okay? Marriage is of reason. And it's like no mention of the word dowry. It's like, it's interesting how well the dowry has been, it's in plain sight, but it's really just not in, like people cannot see it. It's right there. You can almost reach out and touch it, but they just don't see it yet.
You want kind of, let's say, an emotionally stable, safe companion who is also your passionate lover and sexual partner.
Spontaneous, risky.
So difficult,
novel.
if not impossible.
Yeah.
Like you certainly can't do both of those things at the same time. The best you can hope for is to kind of vacillate between the two of them.
Yeah.
To kind of create a proportion, just enough passion or spontaneity and risk to keep the kind of bedroom alive, but still maintaining the stability and long-term security of the relationship. It's very difficult to manage.
I find this difficult. I find it difficult to be in, I'm in a 5-year relationship now. I'm like, how do you go for another 50 years? Because I you know, with the same person and maintain the spontaneity and excitement for 50 years, you know, and being the kind of novel, sexually attractive, whatever.
This is wanting your cake and eat it too. You know, can you have your cake and eat it too?
While also being stable, safe, predictable, comfortable, present.
I'm just going to put that in the poll right now. Can you have your cake and eat it too?
At the same time, like if they feel like paradoxes.
It's very hard, and you have to be creative.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the reason why there are that places like Victoria's Secret exist. You know what I'm saying? It's like 21-year-old girls aren't shopping there, really. So if you're not willing to actually open up your relationship, then you have to kind of make your partner feel new, which could mean different outfits. It could mean play and entering in and experimenting with different roles behind closed doors. It can also just mean travel.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that really seems to spark sex life in couples is foreign bed sheets. And I think that you've just sort of changed the context, and that's enough of a spark of novelty to bring some of the sexual interest back for the man.
I will say, you know, I always just tell myself something, always be seducing, especially when it comes to man-woman relationship. You just got to always be seducing. Let me just see here, catch up with some stuff. Forget it takes a village. I have no offspring and I'm not paying for anyone else. That's commie. Shout out to you, man. Giovanni says, Shah, to be fair, I had no idea of the dowry until I watched your work. Thanks again for the content. No, yeah, I get it. Like, and especially with him too. Like, I'm not trying to, be tough on him for that, but it's crazy how like it was such a thing. And then it's just like, they've done such a good job. Like everybody has this collective amnesia about it. It's strange. It is almost like conspiratorial. It's like, they did that on purpose, almost. It's like how it seems that way a little bit. Weirdly. I'll eat that cheesecake. There is always trade-offs. There is never the cake and eating it too. Yeah, I agree with you, Luke. Never perfection. I agree with you, man.
I think novelty is more important for men than for women.
One of the things that really works in my relationship that I've observed.
I don't think I agree with that. I think novelty is just as important to both. I'm just me going off here. I get what he's saying. He's got years of clinical psychology work, but I don't know. I mean, this is where you get the I'm not happy, you know? We got Matt Walsh making a whole video reacting to a woman on TikTok saying she left her perfect husband. I think all humans crave novelty.
Is just being away.
Absolutely.
So I come out here for, I'm out here for a couple of weeks now. I'm not going to see and then I was doing Dragon's Den before this in the UK, so I was away for a while then. In total, I wouldn't have seen my partner for about 4 weeks. So when I come back, it's kind of like they're a new person.
It is. I mean, one of the things about what made relationships work back in the day is men didn't really spend a lot of time with women. And
hey, this kind of reminds me of the living apart together. You guys remember that? Living apart together, where it's like people are going out or whatever, but they live in separate places, or they have a house designed so where you don't see each other all the time.
Vice versa. James Sexton, the divorce lawyer, he had this great line on the Softwood Underbelly interview when he was responding to the spike in divorces during COVID, when everybody was shut down and forced into close company with each other for extended periods of time. He said that men and women signed up for better or for worse, but not for lunch. It's really hard to just be in each other's space all the time. And the fact of the matter is, when we lived in extended kin networks and communities, men had a bunch of men to do things with, and women had a bunch of women to talk to. And even in the 50s, which is kind of romanticized as the...
That's kind of, that kind of gets into like this sort of destruction of like men's and women's spaces. Shout out to Male Space, who was in here earlier. But, whether it be like, used to have maybe man only, women only gyms, or Boy Scouts was a thing, and just stuff like that. I mean, we watched a video months ago, probably over a year ago, and it's a black and white video of them interviewing guys because they changed the law to where women can be inside bars, where you had these men-only bars before, and the men are just like, like they weren't exactly thrilled about that, which is weird because in more recent history, men go to bars to meet women. You know what I mean? Like, you used to be able to go to the bar and just chat with the boys, man. It was a good time, Shout out to that, man. And then, like, women came in the space, and then it became men go to bars because they're trying to get laid. You know what I mean? It's just, that's what happened. So, like, back then, women had spaces for women, and men had spaces, there was just other men.
The paragon of conservative tradition.
I was thinking about that the other day. It's just like, what if there was if a male-only gym opened up in my neighborhood, would I join it? I mean, I don't even think they legally can, so probably not going to happen here anytime soon. But would that happen? Not would that happen? Would I? There might be value in doing that. Maybe it'd be a completely different experience.
Marriage. That was the time when the man was a traveling salesman and he was on the road for 200 days out of the year. Having an office has kept more marriages alive than probably any other toy or therapy or intervention on the planet. Like, you need to leave. You need to leave. And it's even harder to do that with the advent of cellular technology. It's like being physically absent doesn't matter if the whole time you're there, I know where you are at all times because I've put a tracking thing on your phone and I'm constantly communicating with you throughout the day. Like, now there's no uncertainty. There's no mystery. There's no unknown. So when we get back together, what do we have to talk about? I'm not interested in you because I believe you're an entirely known entity. You need to have something that I don't know yet to attract my interest and curiosity, which is the spark that eventually potentially leads to passion and sexual intimacy.
But what does this say about the very nature of monogamy? Because if you need to, this doesn't feel like a natural thing. If I go back, once upon a time, we couldn't just get on a plane or go to the office. We would presumably be around each other most of the time. I'm trying to understand if you think like monogamy is quote unquote natural.
Oh, probably not. Like, I think that humans are probably monogamish, but like strict monogamy, which should be really rigidly and explicitly defined by the individuals in question, because
And when you say natural, it's like that almost is pre-civilization. You know what I mean? Which I think the answer is no. They're not monogamous. Especially if you go into a time where, you know, there wasn't like individual property rights. You know what I mean? Maybe of like one band of humans to another or something. But if you're not worried about property transmission from one individual to another individual, and it's more just like tribe land or something, or like whatever band of humans is there, monogamy is less so important. Can you have her cake and eat it too? 72% said no. 27% are swimming upriver here, and they're like, yes, I will have my cake and eat it too. Let me ask another question. Is monogamy natural? We'll probably watch this for another like 5 minutes or so and then call it.
There's clearly behaviors that are in the gray zone, like is harmless flirting, cheating. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That some people might say, no, that's just part of the fun of being a social human being and it's not going to lead to anything. And other people might think, no, that's totally inappropriate and incorrect. So these things need to be discussed. Monogamy isn't just something that everybody agrees on and understands what that means. But yeah, I think that it's generally not something that we do naturally. One way to think about this is monogamy actually benefits men on a utilitarian perspective because there's generally more women than there are for men. If you maintain strict social monogamy, we have this many men and this many women, what that means is that even the worst men in society, in that community, can be functionally guaranteed of a wife.
Okay, then how do you wrangle down the folks on the top who are plowing through all of San Francisco to be monogamous?
I want to really close off on this point about exchanging value.
Oh my gosh! Well, they didn't finish that conversation, but this is the
dowry. It's my right.
Okay. All right, Benji has a question. Shah, I'm looking for advice from another creator. The big ones won't speak to me. YouTube literally just informed me 2,000 watch hours. It's taken me 3 years. Is that a good ROI or should I bounce? You know, man, when it comes to YouTube, man, like it's just a big wheel to get spinning, you know, and getting that wheel from zero to starting to make some revolutions is very hard for some of us. Maybe if you get really lucky, but if you have fun doing it, you know, if it's an okay time, just keep making videos, man. One thing that might help you, I didn't look at your channel too hard, but I know you say you mostly do live streams. You might consider just making like short 10, 15 minute videos until you've like got monetization or whatever. And I only say that because it's like, if your subscribers are low, live streaming may not be the best thing unless you have a dedicated following. But making just a video here and there, I mean, you know, it could be less time consuming. And it's just always posted there. And I don't know. I think that's a good way to go to just start things off. And then when you get to a place where you're comfortable, then maybe focus more on the live streaming. But if you like doing live streaming, man, keep doing it. Don't let me stop you. I wouldn't stress it too much, man. I honestly wouldn't stress it. I know you need like 1,000 subs, and then I think it was like 4,000 watch hours. I can't even remember it. But you have to do that within a year. So it needs to be 4,000 watch hours within a year, I think was the parameter. Or 1,000. I can't even remember how much watch hours it was. It's, but yeah, man, just maybe think about just doing regular videos that maybe don't take up too much of your time, and then doing like live streaming every now and then. So I think it's only a bad use of your time if you're not enjoying it, or, you know, it took me a long time to get monetized on YouTube and to hit that point. Really, it did. I mean, it took me years.
And that's really what a relationship is. When I spoke to James,
all right, we'll listen to this about the gold digging. We'll call it
the divorce lawyer you referenced there. We started talking about gold diggers, and he, you know, would reference divorce cases where there's a 70-year-old, significantly overweight man who's, you know, with a 30-year-old woman. And I said to him, "Is that not gold digging?" And I said, "Is that love?" And his response to me, I'll always remember it, was he said, "Well, it's a transaction. She's getting something from him. And in the words that you've described, it might be safety. It might be, I don't know.
It's a concubine. He's purchased a concubine. However, we don't have a front end deal negotiated. She's just hoping to get stuff on the back end, which is maybe going to be a bigger payoff.
Money or whatever, and he's also getting something from her, which is, I guess, a feeling. I guess it's an emotional feeling.
Presumably he's getting sex.
Sex, yeah.
He's getting the opportunity to walk in the door with a beautiful 30-year-old on his arm, which is certainly a bump to his ego, but is also good for the social game. The fact of the matter is that most men would have sex with most women, but most women would not have sex with most men. So we also know that men...
The crazy part is, like, I don't even know if that's true. And I hate to just be a contrarian, so I'm sorry if I sound that way. I just think it's interesting to question that. Is it really true? Because who's more likely to be a prostitute? Is it a man or a woman? And who are these prostitutes sleeping with? Now, we can say he doesn't mean just having sex. He means, like, as far as attraction and seduction goes. But I feel like men are less likely. There's this stereotype of men being dogs and willing to just put themselves in any hole. And I just feel like that's kind of BS, you know? Otherwise, like, I don't know. I think women are more than willing to sleep with men they don't want to in order to get something. But I guess I'm not being fair. In the strict sense of what he's saying, he just means, like, as far as, like, genuine dating goes or something. So I could be wrong. 3,000 in a year. Thanks for the advice, brother. No worries, man. Then I'm not most men then. Yeah, I just don't buy that. I mean, I'll tell you, 90% of women I see, I am not willing to sleep with. That is absolutely just not true. I swipe left constantly on dating apps, and that's just, I don't find, I mean, you know, it's not easy to find someone you're, like, that attracted to, or in general, even just like, yeah, I would, you know what I mean? You know, maybe if you're looking at, like, I mean, in, like, real life, like, most of those profiles on the dating app in your area, you're going to swipe left on. That's just me personally, I guess. I just don't buy this stereotype.
Men's threshold for selection is much lower than women's. Generally, women have more optionality.
And this could be another way of men just sort of denigrating themselves. You know, it's like when you believe this too much, it's another form of gynocentrism or pedestalizing women. But I don't know. I feel like people against it will say, well, I mean, but that's not what's happening out there. If you look at what's happening out there, a lot more men are getting ignored
than men do. And so when we see a woman with a men's threshold for selection is much lower than women's. Generally, women have more optionality than men do. And so when we see a woman with a man, we more or less assume that that's the best man that she could get given her range of options.
Jelani says, Shah, I do need to remind you of my friend who tried to sleep with the pregnant chick. I remember you saying that. Man, we're gonna have to just chalk that one up to a fetish or something. There was something special going on there. I want to hear more about this friend. There's something going on over there. I don't know what it is, but it's something, man. I do wonder. RPC says the difficulty I see with having your cake and eating it too is when you play it smart and stay within the guardrails of responsibility. When you do that, women assume you're really just a nice guy. Well, I guess a little bit of the mystique goes away, you know, which doesn't help. So I don't know, you know, sometimes I guess you got to sit there and just pick at them every now and then and give them a little bit of a hard time and something to chew on. Klaus says, me too, but to be fair, the watchers of this stream are probably not a representative part of population.
Oftentimes with the men, it's the only woman that would have him. Not quite the same thing. So if a very attractive woman is with a man, then that's an automatic status boost in any social circle that he navigates in, because everyone is going to assume that there must be something really important or significant about that guy, given the fact that we assume that that attractive or beautiful woman could pretty much have any man that she wanted, and yet she's with him. For better or for worse, it's
more like she's with them.
More difficult to know a man's true value. given the reasons why men and women transact in the sexual marketplace. Like, women's value in terms of sexual marketplace is just so much more explicit. Like, it's men's downfall that we're too monomaniacally focused on the reproductive cues and the physical attractiveness, for better or for worse. And that's hard for women because some women have it and some women don't. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But for a man, when it comes time, like, it's difficult to even calculate a person's net worth if you have all of their income documentation. Like, you have accountants to do that, right, Stephen?
Mm-hmm.
You certainly can't do it on site.
No,
like, if I didn't know about your podcast and you were just walking down the street with your plain old black tee, I'd be like, you might be functionally invisible. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
And that's actually kind of good. It's nice to be able to be incognito and invisible when you want to be.
I can agree with that. I'd say we call it at this point. Let me just see what this poll says. We'll look at the comments too, and then we'll. It's just getting late, and I'm working tomorrow on a Sunday. I work today and tomorrow, so it was a 7-day week for me. But we don't stop out here. We keep going, even if we got work on Saturday and Sunday. Is monogamy natural? 75% say no. 25% say yes. Okay, that's interesting there. Mad Villainy says, I bet the pregnancy kink is more common than people think. Maybe you're right, man. I don't know. It's not one you oft hear of. I'll say this. I do wonder what the psychology behind that is. Though, careful what you, I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about. Let's see the comments real quick. Okay. People who never had to experience dating in the app era are fortunate. Too many choices leads to not ever choosing. They always think there is someone better out there. I was married for almost 25 years and now single. The whole world of dating has changed since I last dated. Dating is horrible now. The dating apps is a war zone. It's overloaded with liars and scammers. I now understand why people don't want to date. It's complete insanity currently. All right. I agree with him. Dating apps are tough if you are overwhelmed easily. If you treat dating like a job, it's much easier to navigate. You have to know yourself, be clear about what you want, and say no to everything that's not that. Lastly, be okay with the possibility of being alone. When you are operating out of fear, you make bad choices and usually end up hurt. I call it catalog mentality regarding dating apps. You get a date, but the availability of the app keeps you looking for the perfect person, which doesn't exist, and you never fully commit to learning about the individual you're dating. You're just on to the next and perpetually searching. Apps have basically turned dating into a type of consumerism. Dating apps are proof that, you know what? I don't even know if perfect is the word here or if they're just looking for the next hit, so to speak, but whatever. Dating apps are proof that access to greater selection and greater quantity of opportunities does not at all necessarily translate to greater quality nor into actual opportunities taken. Esther Perel asked the question, what are you most attracted to in your partner? And she said there are about 4 common answers she hears from people all over the world. Number 1, when I see them in their element, passionate and competent about something they are fully immersed and engaged into. When we reconnect after being apart. 3, when they surprise me. 4, when I see my partner through the eyes of others. Partners find each other attractive when they radiate joy and confidence. When they are independent, interdependent, and not codependent. And when others find their partner attractive enough to be poached at any time. What an excellent answer to the question. Is there something in life you wanted to, but didn't because of fear? At the end, overcoming the fear of being the first to forgive, in general, forgiving without expecting a forgiveness in return. Very important in life to release stress and anger. What a pleasant conversation. Thank you. Stephen is a top tier interviewer, is always deep, always organic communication. Dating is indeed like a job, and one job is enough. Okay, well, people are disappointing. My husband says people suck and generally let you down. What a reality check. I had a friend who had problems with her dating life, and I said, you need to think about what you can offer in a relationship. She never spoke to me again. Dang. I genuinely loved absorbing this guest knowledge. She was engaged to her time when I read book. Start dating like it's your job. I did this, and it worked out pretty well 15 years ago. out 3 to 7 days a week just to meet girls. Dated more women than I ever imagined. And this is how I met my wife. Feel so lucky that I realized the importance of it in my early 20s, knowing how difficult it was to find we were compatible. But I value my wife a lot more. That's enough of that. Okay, guys. Well, let me go and get the music started for the folks here. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Whew. Dating apps are truly hookup apps. Giovanni says they met on the apps. He tried to set up a date, and she said that she was due very shortly. He didn't cut and run. Very suspicious. Pete's F. Amazing how the content creators have the largest following are simply retarded. Hey, shout out to you, Pete. Yeah, well, you know, man, it's all about appealing to the mob, I guess. So sometimes the lowest common denominator stuff gets the views. Probably a lot more than we think. Hopefully not, though. Let's be real. Women treat it that way. Good thing I am not in the market, nor going to be in the market. What a dumpster fire. Watching my buddies in it is more than enough entertainment. I hear you, man. I hear you, man. I really do. I think at a certain point, bro, you just get used to it, man. Like, you just get used to it, and then it just stops. It stops hitting you. The disappointment, you're just like, oh, well, of course that was going to happen. And then you're just able to just keep sifting through stuff until you find something that's okay, maybe. Cheers to the greater than 1% real human beings out there. Avoid the 99% humanoids. Shout out, man. I appreciate that. There are good people out there. I believe it. Psych is deaf as pseudoscience. Definitely oversold. Oh. Ooh, it's bright. We made it another week, guys. I'm glad I maintained. I had a pretty busy day. Went to go do photos for some kid's 1-year-old birthday. You know, I went to high school with the dad, and you know, yeah, you could tell when the parents are kind of stressed out. You know what I mean? Seemed a little stressed out, but I got the job done for him. I got a bunch of photos to develop, and then tomorrow I got another job to do, and then I got stuff, you know, my Monday through Friday stuff going on. So whatever, we don't stop. We keep going out here. You know what I mean? Working is a blessing. It's great to have something to do. So hope all you guys have a fantastic rest of your weekend and enjoy. We need to get an AI image of Klaus in his Porsche. Well, you know, with the missus. So we'll do that soon. Thanks everybody who hung out with me this whole time. And, you know, spent your Saturday evening. Maybe you guys were working on something or just enjoying a nice cup of tea, maybe some other kind of drinks, smoking a cigar maybe. Stay focused on you and be open-minded. That's good advice right there. Being open-minded, man, and willing to try new things is so important. I swear to God. Nothing makes me happier than learning something new, man. I love learning things. Learning things is great, man. I'm very grateful to have developed a passion for that. I hope you guys feel the same way. Back around. We ain't stopping out here, you know. There's always something to learn, something to talk about, and I just can't help myself, so that's what I do. So there'll be more to come down the line. Someday I'm gonna double back and I'm gonna start making more standalones and stuff. I'll be getting the video game stream coming in real soon once that new Metal Gear comes out. Hopefully Raymond and I really do get a model kit stream going. That'd be fun. Giovanni, thanks again for the super chat and all that. Appreciate that. I think I'll go ahead and call it there, guys. You guys have a great rest of your night, man. We'll see you